多分こんなもんで大丈夫だろう。こうだな。やるか。2019年あたりのゲームアワードで気になったゲーム。3年か。あれで、多分出た年が2019年だよな。3年で日本語版か。あ、最初からこんなのあるわけね。なるほど。素性と自分で捨て振りするかっていう話ね。自分だけのキャラクターやるか。一応、どんな捨て振りでどんなイメージになるか見とくか。精神がコミュニケーション能力が。まあ、知が素直に知力で。道と体って何の違いがあるんだ。道と体って何の違いだ。体がまあ普通に丈夫か丈夫じゃないかっていう。道はなんだ。行動力とかそういうのか。多分説明があるわ、普通に。最大。合計多分2が1だからさ。8か。で、どうしよっかな。器用貧乏になってもらうか。全部平凡にはできる。そうだな。こっからどれを上げてどれを下げたいか考えるか。とりあえず主人公の素性っぽいのが、見た目っぽいのは、まあなんだ、冴えない刑事みたいなそんな感じだった気がするから、中年のおっさんだった気がするから、肉体、いや全部平凡でもいっそいいな。なんか特徴欲しいよな。精神がなんだっけ、コミュニケーション能力か。ちょっとコミュニケーション能力に難を伺いてもらうか。肉体運動能力平凡にして、こうかな。頭ちょっといいけど、対人能力がちょっと危ういみたいなおっさんになってもらうか。いや、特徴っす。まあまあ、後から捨て振り上げられたりするらしいし、とりあえずこれでいいだろう。良好、系列、平凡、平凡。性格出るな。こっから何か、さらに、あるわけね。せっかくだから、あれか、知性から選ぶか。むき出しの知力。はあ。ちょっと全部気になるな、これ。百科事典。全知識を駆使する。 ああ、なんかうんちく垂れ流すおっさんになれるぞ。ああ。ハートね。かっけー。内臓も健康そのもの。いいね。やばそう。薬中になっちゃう。反応速度。欲しい。反応速度欲しい。ナルガの飛びかかりの2択見てから反応して。いいね。今せっかくだし知性から選ぶんだけど、なんかこれはちょっとあれ、100地点いいな。興味をそそるトリビアを披露できる。なんかそこまで得しなさそうなところがいいよ。こういうのはなんか普通に便利そうだけど。ああ、嘘ね。これちょっといまいちわかんないな。百科事典かな。なんか、性能とかそういうんじゃなくて、なんかキャラクター付けとして百科事典が欲しい。あれか。あんまちょっと、PC ゲーだから設定ちょっとわかんねえし。自分の配信確認しとこう。多分問題ないと思うんだけど。スマホニコニコで見れるかどうか。スマホニコニコでこの文字見れるんだったら問題ないな。OK。じゃあやるか。俺は百科事典おじさんになるぞ。これってまだあんの？しねくちゃ。まあ2個目選ぶとしたら、まあ多分1個しか選べないんだけど、2個目選ぶとしたら、あんま嘘つきにはなってほしくないな。アートやってほしいでもわけでもないし、そんな堅物になってほしいわけでも。いや、でも論理はなんか、ちょっとな。多分論理高いやつツイッターにいたのはあんま見たくないしな。あ、やっぱ1個だけだよな。OK。こっち側も選べたりとかはしないよな。OK。1個だけ。じゃあ、うんちくおじさんになるか。
There is nothing. Only warm primordial blackness. You're conscious from in it. No larger than a single grain of malt.
本当にずっと文字読まされるんだろうな、このゲーム。
Never, ever. Never, ever, ever, baby.
一択になっちゃった。
An inordinate amount of time passes. It is utterly void of struggle. No ex-wives are contained within it.
妻たちも存在しない。罰いくつお前。
An awareness creeps up on you. A mass lies hidden in your dead angle, soaking in some lurid acidic sauce. It's bloated and shameful. A ball of meat surrounding you.
Oi, 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 oi.
This is a terrible line of questioning, and it will only lead to more awareness of the meat thing. Ex-love, ex-tenderness. It is foolish of you to resurface to the loss. Not after all the damage you've suffered to get here. Some of it irreversible. Stay. Sail with me through the abyss of pelagic zone. Do you really? You wouldn't like it if I told you what was back there. Why'd you think you had to bludgeon yourself into oblivion? Or did you not sense yourself marinating? Poured so much on yourself, got a bit carried away, did we, chef?
最初の捨て振りでここの会話も変わんのかな。
Fear and apprehension. You should ask what's out there first.
成功。なんか勝手に成功したんだけど。大陸帝国ってなんだっけ？知性だっけ
？There's this giant ball there. And evil apes. And the evil apes are juking it out on the ball. You're one of them. It's basically all just evil apes juking it out on a giant ball. You can't even make out it's a ball when you're juking it out. It's that large.
どうしよっかな、ボイス全部飛ばさずに聞くかどうか。
Infinitesimally small. Vying for resources is just a stupid expression you picked up somewhere. The part of the presentation you want to take home with you is this. You have to beat the other evil apes in the face, or you lose.
だいぶ演技気合い入れてんだ。
Yes, it is. And you drowned in that sadness a long time ago. You lost.
The sound outside, you recognize it. It's a Caprice commanding motor carriage.
おー、ダメ人間。一目でわかるダメ。もうダメだ。俺もダメだ。 ただちょっと頭が良くて、対人能力にちょっとだけ難があって、頭の中に百科事典が入ってるだけだ。どうするか。とりあえず酒飲むか。あ、もう入ってないや。これがさっき成功とかで出てて。
パン1だよね。
普通パン1。いやー、パン1。でもゲームの表現的に限界だからパン1になってるだけで。状況的にはこいつ全裸だろ。戻れなくなっちゃった。これか。ここは今調べらんない。もう同じか。体力ね。タブキー長押しでハイライト。おー。何これ。
This
なんか
fan
引っかかっ
has
たんだ
two
よ。
chain pull switches. One ends in a tiny fan, the other in a light bulb. A truly horrific necktie has somehow attached itself to one of the blades.
なんかなんか求められてんだけど。58% やりたくねえ。
The blades come squeaking to a halt. It should be easier to reach the tie now.
なるほど。団結心。結構あれだね。ステータス変わるんだね。団結心ってどれ？あ、そこ上がるんだ。へえ。取れないんだけど。
This fan has two chain pull switches.
あ
One
あ、
ends in a tiny fan,
なるほ
the
ど。
other in a light bulb.
まあ
A
8%
truly horrific necktie has somehow attached itself to one of the blades.
悲観やろ。
You swoop up and catch the tie. Snap. It's released from the blade. What you have in your hand is a truly hideous necktie with 4 or 5 different patterns.
首。
The knot reminds you of a noose.
そんなひどいの？説明あるんだよ。ディスコ動物って何？これクソ長くなりそう。売れるんだ。こうじゃなくて。風呂。こうか。
A mirror hangs above a bent and broken sink. In a fierce discharge of masculine energy, someone has ripped half the faucet off.
へえ。
Hot water sprays from the base and steam covers the mirror. You cannot see yourself, just the outline of a man. Suddenly, you realize you have no memory of the face that awaits you there, underneath the soft vapor. Really, All recollection of the person you are, the people in your life, and even the world you're in has drowned in a sea of blood alcohol. This was no mere night of drinking. It was a deluge of world-ending proportions. As you slowly reach your hand towards the surface of the mirror. Abort. You clearly have not thought this through. You won't like what you see there, and you will never
スキルが話し。
進歩どうですか？今日何してた？
今日何してた？今日さ、消化しなきゃいけないものが、海産物を消化しなきゃいけないんだよ。めんどくさ。はあ。
Yeah, there is definitely something wrong with it. Where to even begin? There is the bloatedness, then the swollenness. It's like there's an upholstery of alcohol underneath your skin. Don't be scared. It's only your face. It's not like anyone's going to see it. It's not. Your nose feels like a small balloon in the middle of your face. It hurts when you honk it. It doesn't appear to be a particularly tiny nose either. Not with all the drinks it's absorbed for you. It's not. It's swollen and snail-like, wriggling between your fingers.
舌も大丈夫じゃないって言われるんだけど。とりあえず後に回すか。まともな格好になろう。ジャケットとシャツで装備が分かれてんだけど。暗示マイナス1、嫌な匂い。嫌な匂いどころじゃないんだけど。来たくね
ー。広告貢献1くらい、雰囲気警察さんが2000プとニコに広告しました。進捗定期化を。
細けえことはいいんだよ。そんなことより、いくらでも漢字の間違いをしそうなゲームをやるわけだから。読み上げたらとんでもないことになるぞ。やだなぁ。最悪だよ、このおじさん。誰も近寄ってくれないよ。もう片方しかないの。やべ、半かごしちゃった。もう何これ。割れてんだけど。
The window stands broken in its frame.
出
Cold
した
wind
後その
blows
まま
in.
パンツ履いてなかったことにする謎の生活スタイルらしい。広告貢献1くらい、雰囲気警察さんが500プとニコに広告しました。リコリコ派？
リコリス・リコイルは見てない。多分合わないだろうなって思ったから。地球外少年少女の話する。いや、今ちょっとゲームやりたいから。そういう気になったらしいよ。ねえ、83% って怖いんだけど。とりあえず外
The
見るか。
morning light hurts your eyes. It's hazy, but you see the ocean and some war-torn buildings.
あとまあとりあえず靴のもう片方探して。
僕のリコ的遺伝子をリコイルする。
まあそいつも俺あんま好きでもないしな。靴のもう片方ないんだけど。顔見るか。
A mirror hangs on the wall, covered in steam. As you slowly Abort. You clearly have not thought this through. You won't like what you see there.
広告貢献1くらい、雰囲気警察さんが300プとニコに広告しました。リコリコ女だけと思ったら男いたんだが。
なんか、無駄にこうはぶってるから男出すんだよなって言ったら怒られるかな。キララアニメの見過ぎ。まあ一作も見てないけど、この暇だった間に。
Where to even begin? Behold.
いや、まあ、笑顔が素敵だね。
You have no idea who this thing is, do you?
ひげ剃るこれはアルコール依存症末期の顔だ。
Too late.
君
You
こん
clearly
な
have
笑えます
rigor
か
mortis on your face. Oh, wait.
鏡に向かっ
Is
ては
that
無理
an
だね。
expression? Are you trying to make an expression with that face? Why? Please stop. It's horrible. You're scaring yourself.
ホスト落下させたらできるらしい。
まあ、今ちょっとそういうっぽい顔になれてよかったね。
Oh my god. You can't stop. It's like it's not even voluntary anymore.
ずっと笑
You've
顔、
worn that
顔。
grin to your face and now it won't come off. What does it even mean? What is the emotion you're trying to
まあ
convey?
いいじゃん、表情筋が死んでるよりかは。
There might have been 10 years ago. It's little more than a cadaverous spasm now.
おお、なんか来たぞ。ひっくやってみるか。ちょっとセーブあるよな、セーブ。と。あ、選べない今。やるか。
It belongs in the new, the third decade of the current century.
セーブしたら確
Enough
率の
time
意味
had
ねえ
passed
だろ。
from the failure of the revolution
確かに。
for a fleeting
でも
moment.
ゲームオーバーとかになった
Free
時
market
に
economy
やり直しはめん
seemed
どくさかっ
like
たら
the
困る。
エロゲとは違うんです。
uncontested way of life for our species.
大変だよ。30。俺の選んだ得意分野百科事典が生き生きしてるわ。本当になんかあんま意味ないやつ取ったかもしんない。
Things were good. It was smooth sailing. People made gold and champagne tinted interiors and facades to suit the times, calling this the new style. But more importantly, disco happened. For Revachol, your city, that meant only one thing. Guillaume Lamillion.
普通目星と精神分析
If
風
it
よね。
doesn't rhyme,
自由市
you're
場経
not
済の欠
pronouncing
点
it
を
right.
克服した社会主義こそ人類の到達すべき最終形態ということですね、顔。
まあ、ニコニコだったらその意見受け入れられるかもしれないな。目星と精神分析。いやーでもそういうのなんか目星っぽいのなかったな。あったかなあ、でもなんか、事件現場を分析するみたいなやつあった、確かに。
Out of the dazzling swirl of disco music.
百科事典止まんねえ。
ソ連の歴史教えてで殺せますよ。
Guillaume's blonde mane appeared on the screen.
いや、でもソ連オタク多いから、
Then he made
かっこいい
the
っつって。
expression.
ち ちなみに僕は戦闘技能しか取ったことないです。
そういうゲームなのかな、戦うことを考えるゲームなのかな、TRPG って。
Everyone loved it. Maybe you thought some of the stardust would rub off on you. Maybe it did. Either way, it's all gone now. Only the grimace remains. The click is used to spur on a horse. It also features heavily in Guillaume Lemillion's regional mega hit,
ツー
Don't
組
Worry,
派大体
Your
最初
Pretty
に
Little
戦
Head.
闘派最も
ヨ
避ける
タ版
行為と、
自分のスキルである程度有利にしてからやるもので、戦闘だけのことを考えるスキルとかいるのとか、そういう。
Some 20 odd years. There is a vast ocean of time between right now and the expression. Looking good on you, or anyone. Humanity has run aground in that time. It's a different world now. The expression is a relic. You have some understanding of the near history of disco. The rest is darkness. Aside from the useless fact that the motor carriage outside was a caprice canema. It doesn't have to be. You can swoon over Guillaume and his champagne cork smile whenever you want to. Maybe some of the stardust will return.
やるか。不可能。3%。やります。
It's too late. Like an image on film. The expression belongs to your primary motor cortex. It would take a minor neurological miracle for you to cease producing it.
ずっとにやけたままか。え。ステータス。ああ。この表情がついてるから。論理マイナス。
パワプロなら 3% でも怪我してるくれるのに。
8% ぐらいいくともう嫌だね。絶対嫌だね。
精神ポイント余ってますよ。
内面化って何？文字が。内面化って何よ。これ装備できるってことこれ。とりあえず装備しておいたらなんか治る可能性があるし、装備しておくか。いるか？いや、まあ。元から高いしな。ーっと。クイックセーブのコマンドが知りたい。あ、セーブできんじゃん。覚えられる俺このコマンド。別にマウスだけでできるしな、このゲーム多分。クイックセーブヘルプ。 まあでもセーブもしたいしな。遊戯をやっとる。待って。戻るにはこれか。あ、一応あれか。クリックじゃなくても動けるのか。WASD か。ね、これ。
You hear a jingle. Keys are clinking in the pocket of your flare-cut pants.
ああ、そういうのもあるんだ。
It says whirling in rags on the aluminium key ring. There is a single key on the ring. The number 1 is etched on it. It should open the door. The fan stands still. A terrible mistake. Turn the lights off immediately. You can practically feel the photons burning a hole in your brain. The lights are off. A terrible mistake. Your eyes burn with
Nah.
photosensitivity. It's not good.
体力減った。ええ。
The window stands broken in its frame. Cold wind blows in. The shards face outward. Whatever broke this window came from the inside. A fine web of scarring covers the back of your right hand, but none of it is recent. More likely a projectile than a held object. There are no fragments on the floor from pulling a tool back in after impact. It is too large for a bullet, yet too small for a piece of furniture. You're looking for something heavy and larger than your fist. The single green shoe you found fits the hole almost as well as your foot. It would have also been heavy enough if thrown with force.
片っぽの靴が。
Congratulations. You smashed the window with your own shoe. Now you only have one. If you're lucky, you could still find the other one on the balcony outside. The door to it should be outside your room. The cool wind gushes in. Your toes curl up from the cold.
「家から脱出するのに何分かかったんだ俺。30分ぐらいかかってる。人がいる人が話しかけてみるか。匂いやばいけど。
Hello, officer.
The young woman raises a cigarette to her lips. Her eyes are brown and her face is speckled with birthmarks. She can't be more than 28.
No. Because you're a police officer, sir. I am, yes. Unless you've been feeding us a set of very well-rehearsed lies all this time. You've been here for 3 days. On official police business, no less. Couldn't say. In truth, so far, mostly drinking.
ああ。いや、まともな選択肢選ぼう。
Could it be because of the drinking? Don't be so harsh on yourself. They let almost anyone be a police officer.
8% やります。まあ、ミスったとして何かが起きるかどうかもわかんないし、とりあえず表情、20年前の表情を通用するかどうか試すか。
The words have already left your mouth.
103希望ぬ。
もう一択だよ。ああ、最低。
What was that? That's not even how words are used. What did you say? Come on, say it again. No, you see, that's not what you said.
よかったな、笑ってくれて。よかったな。
Come on, man. Freddy, please. One more time. Goddamn right you did. You crazy asshole, you.
やばいね。
What kind of cop are you? Don't be. It was funny. And anyway, who gives a shit? Who gives a shit about any of it? So what if you can't pull grade A pussy anymore? There are other things in life, more meaningful, more fitting for a man your age. This is Fata Morgana. One thing though. It's gonna suck for you later when you have to interrogate me. And for the record, no, I didn't do it.
Auto save. とりあえず靴探そうぜ。思ったよりやばい選択肢あるな、このゲーム。表に出なきゃいけないのか。金。よーし、小銭拾った。もう一押ししてみるか。
You should pick that fat, juicy cigarette butt from the tray. Light it up and smoke the
いやしいわ。
Who knows what you are? A monster, a murderer, the gnome of Jeroma? You feel like a smoker, especially when you look at that juicy, succulent, seductive cigarette stub, still smoldering deliciously. How very astute of you. This renders it ineffectual. You should look for a whole cigarette, or better yet, an entire pack. Strike that. A carton. Make sure they're all healthy and able-bodied. Then smoke them all.
タバコか。
Good. Thinking about yummy cigarettes in your mouth is the next best thing. Make sure you think about juicy sticks of tobacco all the time, though. It doesn't count if
これ
it's
以
not
上
all the time.
アル中なのにこれ以上依存するもの増やすのかお前。
And when you're done thinking about them, graduate to getting them. Plus, smoking
Task.
them gives massive bonuses.
でもボーナスもらえるんだったらやりたいな。まあ自分の体じゃないしいっか。どうせタバコで寿命が来るところまでこのゲームやんねえだろ。
The door is closed. There is no answer. You hear the shower being turned on somewhere inside.
成功すんなそんなとこは。
A tremendous loneliness comes over you. Everybody in the world is doing something without you.
なんか賢そうな口調でクソどうでもいいこと言ってるわ。
The door does not care. Still no answer. Still nothing. This door can only be opened with a key from the inside.
やばすぎるこいつ。やばすぎるだろこいつ。引っ越すぞ。ああ。しょうもない選択肢で笑えるわ。
リアルではそうなんですか？
いや、わかんない。俺もこんなヒゲ面のおっさんになったらこんなことになっちゃうかもしんない。
You should totally sing karaoke here. The first
全
stage
員
you
でも
get.
カラオケをしなければ。
Your emotions need to be expressed. People need to know your vast oceanic soul.
冷静に狂ってんだけど、俺の内面。このおっさんの内面。
Of course, at this point, precise measurements of your soul can only be performed from the outside. It needs to be heard. Through a PA system. By other people. You should sing the sad small church song from that tape you found. Thought it was obvious. No, don't sing the happy song. It's stupid. Sing the sad song.
そうかもしれないな。最近さ、なんだっけ、昔追ってた、まあ、たった一人、二人、いまだに新作が投稿されたら聴いてる、ボカロ P の新作が投稿されてて、その歌詞の内容がさ、まあ、企画に参加して投稿したやつだから、まあ、あれなんだけど、明るかったんだよね。泣いたわ。お前は10年前のままでいてくれ。いやまあ、幸せでいてくれることと、あと、まあ、売れることは願ってはいるんだけど、でもさ、それはそれとして、今売れてないし、むしろ10年前よりひどいし、なあ、お前は幸せでいてくれないか。せめて歌詞ぐらいは。
You would need another copy of the tape first, though. The one upstairs is destroyed.
一生嫉妬してそうだな。
嫉妬じゃないんだよ。まあでも、内面、いやまあ、嫉妬じゃないんだけどね。本当に幸せを願ってて、売れることも願ってて、ね、日の目を浴びてくれることはね、間違いなく願ってるんだけど、長く創作活動を続けてほしいから、それはそれとして、歌詞は暗くしてほしいかなって思いますね。それもなんか生々しい気持ち悪いなんか、これまた別のやつのお話なんだけど、最近なんかあれ、モナークで曲が良かったからいろいろ調べてやってた時に、そのうちの一人のボカロ P 上がりのやつの歌詞がまあなんか、もう肉欲とらわれまくりな歌詞しててさ、曲はいいのに歌詞がちょっとキモいから、ちょっと普段使いしにくいなっていう悩みが。モナークに、書き下ろした曲は、なんかだいぶ抑えてたんだなって、ね。ちょっとゲーム用に、日の、大衆受けするようになってたんだなって、 思いましたね。でもさ、そいつ、なんか今流行りのバーチャルな姿をしたアイドルもどきに楽曲提供してるんだけどさ、いいの？オタクくんその曲をその二次元美少女に歌ってもらっていいのっていう気持ちになってね。めちゃくちゃ売れてるわけじゃないけどね、まあ間違いなく結構な再生数はいってたから売れてるんだよ。で、地球外少年少女の話になるんだけど、それのエンディングの曲をさ、なんか、この歌詞、この歌声どっかで聞いたなって思って、で、なんか、サッフロールの、何エンディングの曲の詳細のところ見たら、あれだったね。そいつとは別のやつだけど、モナークで曲書き下ろしてたグループのうちの一員の名前があったねっていう話に脱線を重ねてしまった。いいかゲームの方も脱線しまくってるし、何がカラオケだ。暇だったからさ、で、配信も全然してなくて、ろくでもないこと全然言ってねえからさ、ろくでもない話すネタは溜まってんだよ。でも俺はゲームがしたい。本当に誰に言うでもないツイッターにも垂れ流さない物事が。
You should sing the sad small church song from that tape you found. Thought it was obvious. No. You would need another copy of the tape first, though. The one upstairs is destroyed. You should sing the sad small serves them right. Wipe that smirk off their face with your sad, tragic song. Who's laughing now? No one. You would need another copy of the tape
声大
first,
きめ
though.
でお願いします。
The one upstairs
ジャ
is
ップを
destroyed.
しないか？
すいません、ちょっと姿勢が悪かった。あとは、まあ、マイクの配置がちょっといつもと違う。キーボードでゲームするためにちょっと配置を変えたから、机の上の。
A man in his late 20s stands behind the counter, inspecting a stuffed seabird. As you approach, he gives you a sideways glance, then looks down again.
興味がないわけじゃないけど、なんか、画面見て魅力が分かりにくいんだよ。
ごめん、自分がゲーム始めてイヤホンしてるから大きめでってわがまま言っただけなのに。
まあ、いつも声が腫れてないのは間違いないから、まあ、意識するのは悪いことじゃないよね。なあ、プレステ5当選やろうは。アップデートじゃないや、値上げする前に当たってよかったな。なんか逆張りでプレステ5シェアをわざわざ後から入力してつけてんじゃないかって疑ったけど、まあ、多分さすがにそこまでやってないから、プレステ5当たったんだろう。
That was disdain in his eyes. Even now he's purposely ignoring you.
ボスだろ？
いや、なんか、ツイッターで投稿してやぞ。プレステ5シェアの画像。原神の。なんだ、9月15日値上げだからまだ値上げしてないよ。
おいおいおい。
俺の視界内であんたぐらいかもしれない。
最初シェアの後に本文打った後前に入れ替えたらスペースなってリンクミスってたわ。
そう、リンクミスってるからわざわざ後から入力しちゃうんかなって、やりそうだなこいつって思ったんだけど、当たったんだな。おめでとうございます。本当に一人ぐらいになっちゃったかもしんない、プレステ5持ってるやつ、持ってないやつが。
A competent work of taxidermy. The white and brown seabird lies among piles of coasters and drying mugs. One of its wings broken. The man looks like the bird was ripped off the shield that was used to mount it, most likely on a wall. This is the great skua, The secret
百
is the
科
symbol
事典
for
よ。
the discovery of the
もう
inside
明らかに
intelligence
文
of
章量が増える
the
スキル
part
取っ
of
ちゃ
the
ったかも。
world you are in right now.
Look, your buddy is over there. Why don't you go and talk to him, okay?
He pretends not to hear you, concentrating on the bird instead.
Oh no, you're a hero. A real hero cop.
Could the massive property damage upstairs have anything to do with this?
Yes, you are. A real decorated hero. What did you not do? First you took the body down, then you solved the murder, then you didn't trash my hostel room. Maybe you even negotiated the strike. No, you see, actually, you didn't. You haven't done anything even remotely useful since you got here. No, I haven't seen you around. I'm not always here. No, I'm not the bartender. I'm the cafeteria manager. I have 3 cafeterias to manage. 3. Sylvie tends the bar here, not me. I'm only standing in. She just, you know.
His eyes dart from left to right. This man isn't lying, but he is hiding something.
嘘をついて嘘を見抜くやつか。
So now you're a cop. Oh, forget it.
会話が長えよ、このゲーム。女性の手書きと男性の手書きがわかるぞ、この音が。おお。いいのか、備品。いや、どうも。
Hello, sweetie. You shouldn't keep your colleague waiting.
「あいつが相棒か」
On the counter, rolled out of his open hand, you see a blister pack of headache medicine. The man does not mind. You probably need them
勝手に取
more
っ
than
た。
he does.
You've just picked up some magnesium. This item is stored in the bottom left corner of the screen above your character portrait. Use magnesium to heal your morale if you have morale damage.
You gently shake his shoulder, but nothing happens. This man
悲しい曲の入ったテープを手に入れる。はあ。
危ねえ。
危ねえ。致命的失敗でもしそうになってた。あんま見てなかったな、てめえ。
プレステ後にコメントしてたらタンク読んだわ。
どっかの配信か。
A bespectacled man in an orange bomber jacket is tapping his foot on the floor. Looks like he's waiting for
死
someone.
んだわ。手遅れじゃねえか。
As you approach, he narrows his eyes and extends his hand in greeting.
Hello,
無事やり
I'm
直
Kim
しに。
Kitsuragi, Lieutenant, Precinct 57.
危なくねえ
You
だ
must be from the 41st.
ろ。危ねえじゃねえだろ。 相棒。
You realize he's waiting for your name. Concentration makes you squint your eyes. Your name should be deep gold and orange, like a forest fire looming on the horizon, but mixed with the stench of liquor rising from your breath. You're 2 steps closer to it, but there are still many to go.
Okay then. It looks like we had a little scheduling error on Sunday. Saturday too, actually. Have you had time to talk to the manager here?
What he means is, he has been trying to meet up with you for 2 days, but you have been otherwise occupied.
If you don't mind, we should talk to him again. Ask him for a rundown of the area. Now that I'm here as well. I understand the scene is out back, right? It also wouldn't hurt to assure him the police are finally here. In full force, I mean. Have you mapped out the initial interviews? At the 57th, we like to prepare an initial list of persons of interest, and then just skim the surface. Prepare the field, get to know the
う
players.
わー、
You
仕
don't
事
do
で
that?
きそ
Maybe it's not an inter-district practice. Okay, we'll have time for that after we take a look at the coroner's case. Have you removed the dead body from the tree? Mm-hmm. Sure. But did you take it down from the tree? So, the body is still in the tree.
This is the first time you detect a weariness in the lieutenant's voice. It is obvious he would have preferred
3
for the
日
body
酒飲
to
ん
no
で記憶
longer be
全
in
部
the
飛ばしたお
tree.
じさんより有能そう。
う。こいつより無能そうなやつはそうそういないか。3日酒飲んで記憶全部飛ばした。文字にされるとやばいな。
Where it has been hanging for 7 days straight. We should go there as soon as we are done
なん
talking
で
to
そん
the
なこと。
owner. I can see you drank last night and the night before, and that you are still drunk now. But I have seen officers go through worse.
もっとひどいの
Much
いいの。
worse. If you need something for your headache, there is a general store nearby. But as I said, the dead body should be our #1 concern. I was sent here to meet a detective from Precinct 41. You have the insignia of the citizens' militia on your sleeve and on your back. I suppose you could be impersonating him. You could have gotten the insignia from the black market or forged it. But for now, I'm going to set those possibilities aside. I'm not from the Inspectorate General.
Inspectorate General means internal affairs.
もういちいち
What
注
he's
釈つけて
saying
る。
is, he's not from the rat squad and isn't supposed to suspect such things.
おこの百科事典人に披露することを考えて取ったのに全部自分に教えてくれてんだけど。しかも割とどうでもいい情報。
Yes, but I'm not them. I'm from criminal investigation. Yes. They are not just white rectangles. They bear a halogen watermark with the letters RCM and a pattern resembling the street grid of Revachol West. I would ask you to step into the headlights of my motor carriage, but again, it's none of my concern. I
世
just
界
need
につ
you
い
to
て
do
知る
your
こと
job.
は今回ゲームオーバーになって次に挑む時に役に立つんじゃない？
ゲームオーバーになること前提。やっぱなるんだ。そうだ、単純にまあ、面白いしな。いや、でも俺やっぱ、せっかくうんちく持ってんだったら人に披露してよ。自信、自慢げに。
You mean you don't have a badge? Losing your identification card is a serious matter. My vehicle has a shortwave. You can use it to report your badge missing. I would advise you to locate it as
な
quickly
んか
as
増えたんだけ
possible.
ど。
but getting the body down should still take precedence.
へえ、選択肢で増えるんだ。
なるだろう。私は最初の一人に聞き込みして精神がマイナス1されて、自分のジャケット取ろうとしているとこが高所なことに気づいて精神がマイナス1されて、萎えて退職したよ。初週。薬の武器持つたびにうんちく垂れるのキモかった。
キモかった。キモかいやーでも、語る、オタクとして、オタクの端くれとして語らずにはいられないんだよ。あの部屋にいる時点で、でも最初の一人に。いや、でもちょっと、思ったよりゲームオーバー近そうだな、聞いてる感じ。
もうやだ。
もうやだ。
やめるって言ってた。
まあ、だいぶギリギリ限界おじさんだと。
After you, officer.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi is now in your party. You can talk to him whenever by interacting with him.
頼もしいね。
武器の話よりその武器持ってるやつに負けた話やめてよ。
だからあのゲームはあるんだって、その武器はそいつだっていうのが結構今だったら話しかけられる。
ちなみに主さんは、ととと。
なんだ。
Wait, who's Sweetie?
You're a handsome man, officer, with your mustache and your chiseled jaw and that silly dimple on your chin. But dear, you're not for me. I'm too old and too married besides. You must forgive me. I'm getting so scatterbrained. I completely forgot to introduce
口
myself.
数多いやつ多いな。
I'm Lena. My husband Morel and I are staying with our friend Gary just down the street, but I come here for tea when they're away.
This Lena is wacky enough for the motley crew. Hire her on the spot.
Yes, officer. You look rather dazed. Like a stunned fox. But surely things can't be that bad. Oh my. You know where we are, right?
選択肢の幅よ。こんな寄り道の会話に6個も用意する。
A seaside hostel called the Whirling in Rags, to be precise. And the Whirling itself is in Revachol. How would I even begin to tell you? Revachol is the most beautiful city in the world. We're fortunate to be here, you and I. I haven't seen very many other cities personally, but everyone says so. Revachol is a rare jewel. This city used to rule the world, though it has seen better days. Speaking of history, you know what year it is, yes?
40代後半。50代か。その辺なんだ。
There. The year is 51, and
このゲ
spring
ー
has
ムに
only
収
just
録され
started.
てるテキスト全部
I'm
集
sure
め
there
る
are
とハ
better
リー・ポッ
days
ター
ahead.
全巻に匹敵するらしいからな。ローカライズなんか無理だろこんなんって言われてたそうな。
それ3年もかかるわけだわ。3年ぐらいだよ。まあでもそんだけやってもいろいろ評判の良さ的に来るもんなんだな。あんだけ評判良ければそんな規模でも来るんだな。
The lieutenant studies you, rubbing his chin.
実際どれぐらい面白いかどうか気になるわ。結構俺がやってたゲームがノミネート一緒にされてたんだけど、負けてたんだよ。何が負けてたっけ？モンハンライズとかスレイザスファイアとかが多分一緒にノミネートされてたけど、ディスコエリジウムの方が受賞したんだよな。ゲームアワードのなんかの賞で。あと、俺はやってないけど面白そうだったババイズユーとかにも勝ってたよな。そんな2019年だから全然記憶がないわ。
I'm beginning to suspect that you might indeed be completely adrift in this reality, thinks the lieutenant. How can it be that bad? Never mind. We're in this now.
洞察力はあるの。
I can tell that this is taxing for you, so I'll just ask one more question.
どんな
What
政治体
regime
制の
are
下
we
で。
living under? What mode of government?
うーん。うーん。あっさいこと言うか。
Nope. Sadly not. Revachol is what's called a zone of control, under an alliance of foreign powers called the Coalition. We have no government of our own, and what democracy we have is market-driven.
Meaning, buying is voting.
さすが知性にちょっとだけ振っただけはある。
Oh dear, this is troubling. You really ought to know that, being one yourself. There aren't any cops in Revachol, not in the
詳しいね。
The status of law enforcement has been a complicated matter since the revolution. But we should stop for today, sweetie. You look like you need a break. Besides, I'm not the best person to explain the big things to anyone.
She's scared now. She's realized you really are brain damaged.
You didn't do too well, dear. It does look like you're having trouble remembering things. History and places. Remembering reality, in a word. It's very odd.
A sigh. The lieutenant buries his nose in his notebook.
But maybe a fresh set of eyes is what the world needs. And while I'm no doctor, such bouts of amnesia are often temporary, so I wouldn't worry too much.
この先この人よりいいやつ出て、いい人出てくるんだろうか。
A defeat, I'm afraid. The people of this archipelago tried to build something new, something different. The rest of the world didn't like it, so they came and ended it. This was 42 years ago. It has something to do with everything. I really don't know how to explain it better. Someone more educated in sweeping matters. Maybe you should ask.
No, I'm not an encyclopedia. I won't be a guide either. I'm a detective.
Of course. Then I don't know. Someone rich, maybe? Wealthy people are educated. Though I don't know where you would find a wealthy person in Martinez.
終わんねえ。会話が終わんね
Yes, dear. I'm a paraplegic.
A paraplegic is someone with
俺も持っ
limited
てる
or
よ。
no ability to use the lower
百科事
half
典。
of their body. Paraplegia is caused by spinal cord injuries, like falling from a great height, or a grenade explosion.
No, dear. I'm not quite that old. although I was injured in the line of duty. Oh my, what happened? That's how I feel about the accident. I was a training and development manager at a rapidly expanding mail-order shoe company. You'd think it would be a safe job, but I had to be everywhere, and well, once I happened to be under some faulty scaffolding. I was lucky. This was almost 20 years ago, and I was compensated exceptionally well. One can only dream of such payoffs nowadays. No problem. Whatever do you mean?
Mm. タバコ欲しい
Oh,
な。
no, no, no. I haven't smoked in years.
タバコに対する執
She
着。
shakes her head slowly. Wait,
矢に返すだ
maybe she
よ。
knows where you can get cigarettes. Delicious toasty cigarettes. often addictive.
反応した反応した。
You should find out.
薬中回路が反応しちゃったよ。
You would do well to follow her example. Smoking is a real
冷静な部分が諭してくれ。
It's painful for you to even ask these questions.
うんざりしてる。
You should really ask someone younger and more mobile, sweetie. I'm glad you think so, but I still don't know where you can get cigarettes. Of course, dear.
い
Good
やで
luck
も
with your case.
ここまでなんか淡々と文字読まされて何にも進まなくてもつまんなくはないのが、まあ確かに評判いいのはわかるなっていう気持ちになってくるな。つまんなくないんだけど。こんだけ何も進まずに俺会話してるだけなんだけど。
Yes?
No response. He just arches his brow. He's having trouble processing it, believing it even.
Have you tried concentrating on something other than your personal affairs?
There is a sudden, harsh edge to his voice, like he's tired of hearing about your
君は自分の顔を思い出し、服を着て、相棒と合流したじゃないか。話は進んでいる。
まあ、ちょっとはまあ、うん、そうだね。予想まとめられるとそんな気がしてきたな。先のことを考えなければ。
文字読むのしんどいのでゆっくりで読み上げてもらえませんか。
あー、でもこのゲームじゃ無理厳しいかもしんないけど、最近のゲームはなんか、あれだよな。もういろいろな人に遊びやすいように文字読み上げとかあったりするような。多分このゲームはないけど。
Fine. We should get through this day
超厳
first.
しいだろうな。
Off hours
テ
begin
キ
at
スト
9
多すぎん
p.m.
だよ。
If you're still having trouble
そうだよ
then,
な。
I can give you an orientation.
このゲームが現代で一番そういうのに向いてないかもな。レクチャーしてくれるって。時間限定だからこれ多分なんか、時間逃したら無理かな。アイコンついてるし。今何時かわかりません。
Not a fan. It's just the nature of lieutenancy.
The RCM deploys a self-styled structure called the Decomptage as its chain of command. Every lieutenant is responsible for 2 sergeants and 8 officers. That means the average lieutenant has to deal with quite a few personal affairs.
Try work, the case at hand. It can work miracles. Really? You look fine to me. This psychodrama is unbecoming of an officer. Then you should consider seeking medical attention. You can use the radio in my kinema to call your station's Lazareth. Was there anything else you wanted? What do you want to know? Maybe you can tell me what you do know to help me narrow it down a bit. Do you want me to brief you? 3 days ago, the RCM Emergencies Desk received a report about a security guard who was found hanged in Martinez. An anonymous caller said there was a dead body behind the Whirling in Rags hostel cafeteria. The cadaver had been there for 4 days. No one had come to investigate. During that time, the victim had been stripped of his belongings. The caller did not identify him, but used the word lynching. There is an ongoing labor dispute between the local dock workers and the logistics company Wild Pines. I was told we should approach the death as part of this dispute. A security guard or worker of some sort hired by Wild Pines. This was just hearsay from Martinez, of course. We need to find out the truth. To find him or her is one of our tasks here. For now, all we know is that the tone was muffled using a device of some sort. The desk could identify neither the caller's age nor sex. There's a strong prejudice against involving the RCM in what's seen as union matters. The dock workers' union is the de facto police in Martinez. Now it appears they've started executing too. We cannot allow that. That's us, the Revachol Citizens Militia. We're the police in this city.
The RCM, or the Revachol Citizen Militia, is the police force you and him are part of. A self-organized peace corps of the occupied city of Revachol. The RCM operates within a legal twilight, yet its authority is rarely questioned. It's super useful to know this.
That's right.
経験値もらったわ。どうやって使うんだろう。使いてー経験値。賢くなりてー。
No, it's not a particularly mysterious case. The deceased is a security guard for a corporation involved in a labor dispute. It doesn't take a DeLorean polymath to put the pieces together. I just don't see the case getting more mysterious than that. I can assure nothing like that will happen. Do you know why not? No, something isn't happening, because it's not part of reality.
So desperately mundane. You need to funk this case up. There's something the lieutenant isn't seeing. The
だいぶ成
universe
功
is
する
too
ね。
irrational, too morally complex. You should convince him.
I'm afraid you and I are pawns in a pissing competition. You don't know? I assumed you were in on it. That's good. Better still than an imbecile cop-off. It's just stupidity. We shouldn't waste any more time on it. If you want my take, ask me after we've inspected the victim.
しょうもねえ名前。
Later. Was there anything else you wanted to know about the case? Good.
セクシーか。セクシーなのかな、この事件って。セクシーなこと分からせるか。
Only banal things strike you. At the core, you're a very banal person with a very small soul. One you should be ashamed.
気力が。
It's no wonder the soft one doesn't want it back. It was right to abandon you.
あの繊細なが。
構文やめれ。
言ってたな。ちょっと待て。あの繊細な方。なんか、罰がいくつだの話をしてたな。
Me? I don't see how my life is pertinent to the investigation. That's a fair point. All right,
気候
for the
変
good
動
of the
問題に取り
investigation,
組むこと
what do you
はきっ
want to
と
know?
セクシーでしょう。
まあ、セクシーかもしんないだろ。このおっさんと同じような考えをしてるのかもしんない。なんだっけ、内陸帝国が暴れ出してるのかもしんないや。
That's because I'm half Seolite, or quarter. My father's father was from Seoul. So was my grandmother, but from my mother's side. It's not an interesting topic. It's a part of the world, officer. A geopolitical entity and a geographic division. I told you it wouldn't be interesting.
Seoul is a protectionist,
何でも教えてくれる。
isolationist, pan-Isolari state west of the Insulindian Isola. Actually, it's quite interesting. Some would even say mysterious.
You're barking up the wrong tree. I don't speak a word of Seolite. I've never met either one of my grandparents, and I've never been to Seoul. I'm a regular Revacholière. That's correct.
You feel a slight urge to put the lieutenant down for this, but you can't quite muster enough testosterone.
喧嘩売りたがってる。
Are they? They're mostly just cumbersome.
いやでも似合ってると思う
You
よ。
could use a good, normal peer yourself.
What do you mean? I have no idea what you're talking about.
The lieutenant's conceptualization skills must be rather rudimentary.
だいぶややこしいのお味噌してるよな。
I can't say that it does, no. When I need to think, I just use my notebook.
The lieutenant produces his small blue notebook and idly thumbs through a few pages. We all have our different mediums. His is written. You're super lucid, yet psychedelic. You don't need office supplies to connect to your nervous system. You're special.
まあそうだ、知識量は間違いなくすごそう。
No.
Your brain sends the signal to your lips, but they refuse the order. Something is paralyzing them. You're pretty sure it has something to do with the lieutenant's eyebrow.
Something the matter, detective?
What's going on? It's like you're a puppet in his hands. The lieutenant relaxes his eyebrow, and you seem to regain control of yourself.
急にどうしてなんか曲がでかくなったんだが。
Good. Let's change the subject.
裏のなんかに触ったかな。ちょっと待って。まあいっか。元に戻った。
Excuse me? You have a distinctive way of walking. If I were to walk in front of you, we would surely collide. I hope you don't take this the wrong way. It's just a collegial observation. In the 57th, we call it the Jamrock Shuffle. Officers from Jamrock's 41st Precinct tend to move a bit erratically. They say it's a scene-clearing technique developed by one of your lieutenants for gathering evidence. It's erratic, yet thorough. Prioritizes containers. I don't know. Containers contain, I guess. I'm making assumptions. We should move on.
Naga banashiに次ぐ長話。ようやく進むぞ。
The man with the unimpressive beard notices you approaching. He drops the ledger he was holding and turns to the lieutenant.
Mr. Gart, right? You run this place.
Yes.
I am Kim Kitsuragi from Precinct 57. This is an inter-district investigation, so joining me from Precinct 41...
Fantastic. That's wonderful, really. I think so. But there's a dead body out back. No one wants to work in these conditions. It's been a week.
Sir, I understand your concern, but we are here to do a job. And for us to do it, I need you to stay calm.
Yes, of course.
I know it took us a while to arrive at the scene, but it also took you a while to call us. It was you who placed the call, correct?
No, I only just got here. It was probably Sylvie who called you. She usually works the bar here. I'm only temporarily taking over her duties.
Do you have her number?
As a matter of fact, I do.
You said you just got here. From where? Are you a local?
What, of Martinez? No, I live in Jamrock. I only sometimes come here to keep an eye on the place. This is just one of the many, many cafeterias I manage.
But you still know your way around, yes? In case we need directions.
Yes, I know where some things are, but as I said, I don't live here. I just used to work here. And I'm not going to start working here again, if that's what you think.
I didn't imply that. Detective. I have everything. You?
Yes, he means, do you have questions for me, like a police officer would?
He thinks you're stupid, sire.
Haven't you asked me that already? What is it with you and this woman? She has nothing to do with this. Okay, you got me. She went away because of the dead body out back. And because I asked for her number. That's why Sylvie went away. I hope you appreciate that.
Thank you.
I asked an employee out. She didn't want to come, but felt obliged to. It was a bad idea. Now, what is so goddamn fascinating about that for you? It's got nothing to do with the lynching. Good for you. Was there something else? I'd like to get back to what I was doing. Behind this building, there's a courtyard. They hoisted him up on a tree there. That's easy. See that door there? First you exit through that. Then to your right, you should see a big hole in the fence. A really big one. You can get to the courtyard through there. No need for the keys. The hole is big enough for the Franco-Nigerian cavalry to fit through.
いや、でもすごいよな、こんだけセリフ。こんだけあってちゃんとセリフに音声ついてんだからよ。
I don't know who killed him. I'm not the police. That's your job.
The lieutenant turns the page in the little notebook he's been scribbling in.
Let's go.
Not so fast. You owe me 130 real.
ちょろまかしたいな。45%、42%。
One moment you're running at the wind, then you've suddenly turned around.
なんでお前煽ったせいで
with both hands. Why? That's true. Yes. And it's worrying. But let's not fixate on it. Look at that stupid bartender instead. He has no idea what's going on. You and your fuck you fingers floating in the air. Barkeep's got his mouth agape like an idiot. You showed him.
Watch out!
Everything goes dark.
Back so soon. It was no accident. Those were disco moves from your spinal cord. The spinal cord has yet to reveal itself to you. Its mysteries are unholy mysteries. If it comes off like that, it's because it is. And you are.
How's it going out there? Are the tiny apes screaming about money yet?
It doesn't look like it is, sweetie. Are you okay?
No. You have sustained trauma to your lower neck. In addition, you have strained your left trapezius muscle. Pain surges down your back when you move.
小銭ケチって体力が。
The chair took the brunt of it. Don't worry.
あ、よかった。
Are you sure, ma'am?
Yes, yes. Check on him.
Sir, I didn't mean for this to happen. I'm sorry. This has always been a cop-friendly place. The drinks are on the house, okay?
よーし。
A lot of drinks.
体力を犠牲に。
I still have to charge you for 3 nights and the broken window, though. That's 100 square.
He's shaken. Barter now and he'll cave in.
Ah, これ成功したから選択してたのか。
Okay, fine. I'll take it off your bill. Sleep in a post-apocalyptic hellhole if you want to. Just know I won't give you another room. Don't thank me yet. You still owe me 60 real for 3 nights stay. If you don't have it by tonight, I just can't let you up there. And for God's sake, watch out for yourself.
負けた。よーし、60円まで減らしたぞ。
By the way, where is home? The address is coming up blank, and this place sure isn't it. But you've been at this hostel cafeteria for only 3 nights. Where were you before? You had to be somewhere. You don't really know, do you? South, maybe, Doesn't sound like somewhere you can stay if you run out of money. You can try. Run some addresses in your head when you get the time. Maybe a street or an apartment will appear.
あ、やっぱ装備してるとなんか変わってく。
Yes?
Hello again, sweetie. Oh, I'm perfectly all right. I'm more worried about you. What was that?
まるで自分の体が。
Don't beat yourself up over it too much, dear. People do strange things when the old fight or flight kicks in.
ところでハンサムに
Oh,
は
sweetie, I heard your conversation with the manager about your financial troubles. When do you get your next paycheck?
Try to force a tear out of your duct. Really rip into the whole emotional aggression thing.
Officer, get a hold of yourself, please.
気力がキムに呆れられたし。
Sweetie, I'm sorry, but I think you need more help than I can give you.
You must be joking. Although our pay does sometimes feel like a joke.
It's not easy to assert your right to a decent living wage when you don't have a strong union behind you.
Interesting idea. This Everard sounds powerful. Maybe you can wrangle some coins out of his pocket.
Oh, no, I'm so sorry I don't have money for you. If there's anything else I can do for you, just ask.
ああ。そろそろ死んじゃうんじゃないか。ゲームオーバーになっちゃうんじゃないか。
That sugary black rum stain on the counter makes you teary-eyed with joy. It's almost touching how syrupy and sticky it is. How long have you been up already?
アル中がほとばしってる。
An hour would have been bad. 2 hours is mystical. You have truly wiped out all trace of yourself if you haven't thought about rum and lemonade yet. Maybe you haven't turned out well for your drinking. Have you thought about that? Get a goddamn rum and lemonade into yourself, boy. Or better yet, lick that stain off the counter. Calmly, the lieutenant looks out of the window, then to you, licking the tasty rum stain off the counter. But only a little, then out of the window again.
What are you doing?
目を合わせてくれ。
We should move.
A real drink would go well with those cigarettes you're looking for. That's a great
もうダメだ。
combination.
酒とタバコを求めてる体が。でも経験値もらえ。ポシャケどこ？ポシャケ飲みたいよ。ポシャケがなきゃ生きていけない。 あ、そう行きたいんだけど。上か。ああ、ポジャギがなきゃ生きていけない。何？
The theme on that pinball machine is a standard royalist theme, used on everything from pinball cabinets, clinging to a picture book version of the past century, waiting for the king to come back and cast out all the profiteers and homosexuals. Basically, imagine a yellow plastic crown with a liquor brand emblazoned on it. It comes free with a six-pack of Vermilion Roy d'Or. The sentiment is called anti-centennial nostalgia, pining for a time before the turn of the century. It's common even now, after 50 years.
完全におたばなした。多分あっち側行きゃいけるだろう。知るってことができるんだわ。これで OK。
There they both are. Two identical shoes. Both cope like two baby crocodiles. Good. They're balanced. Comfy.
気力が回
Feels
復
like
し
the
た。
only good thing about you right now, truth be told.
やったね。これで何の分だ。お金借りようとして、お金恵んでもらおうとしてだだこねた分で、哀れまれて、苦しんだ分の精神が回復した。よかったね。
The door is closed.
The RCM in Martinez. What can I help you with? We don't see a lot of police around here, that's all. Of course. What can I help you with? Me? I am just a gardener. I am working. I have a greenhouse in the yard there. I've been trying to get some work done. Well, as you probably know.
Don't worry, miss. We are here to clean it up. You can get
安
to
心
work
感あ
soon.
れ。
Thank you. My head is about to explode from all the salt. Of course. Where to? It's there. In the yard, right through the hole in the fence. What do you mean? Yes, sir. District of Martinez.
He knows where we are. He just wants directions.
There's the pier, the Cape Side apartment buildings, the harbor gates. Some kind of commotion, I think. I don't follow the local politics. A fleet store too. Some shops and a bridge. The canal bridge leads to the coast, but it's broken, I think. Just coast. There's a little fishing village there, and a fish market. But that, it's just water. No, actually, I think they call it the Martinez Inlet. No problem. Of course. I won't hold you back.
警察クソくらい。
An old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East Delta Commerce Center. An off-key melody starts playing after you.
Kuno, please stop calling here. Grown-ups don't have time for your stupid games. Oh, I'm sorry, officer. I thought you were... But the doorbell is broken, and the bookstore shouldn't even be on the list anymore, so I can't help you. Please don't call here again. Thanks.
A single beep indicates that the line has gone dead. You ring the doorbell. What an ominous name for a hair salon. Doesn't bode well for anyone's hair. All you hear is static, but no one answers the call.
寄り道を。
You ring the doorbell, but nothing happens. You wait for a minute or two, but all you get from the call box is silence. Looks like someone has melted half the plastic off. You hear static from the intercom speaker. It sounds as if someone has picked up the receiver, but isn't saying anything.
Yes, hello. This is Tricentennial Electric. Have you come to place an order?
She sounds almost antique, as if her voice was being played off an old wax cylinder. A receiver must not be working properly.
My God.
The lieutenant exchanges a look with you.
It's you. My
Huh?
God. I didn't think I would hear your voice.
It's a woman, and she knows you.
やばい、薬中回路が。
Who cares that you don't remember her? Just go along with it.
Michelle, just please. Why did you even call? I don't understand. You've been gone for months. I thought you didn't care. Ever since I came to work here, it's been different. As if my mind's been wiped clean.
A spot of static overrides her words. When she speaks again, it sounds like she's submerged.
It's so nice. It's so nice to be able to finally forget.
She sounds like she's about to cry. She doesn't answer. Silence. The only thing you can hear now is static and waves washing ashore on the bay. Another seagull passes by. It's getting cold standing here, staring at the silent call box.
It must have been some kind of faulty wiring. We should maybe stop playing with this doorbell. It looks ancient.
You press the number sign on the keypad that terminates the call. 12 name cards on the call box read.
28%。もう一回やるかどうかか。いや、なんだ、だいぶなんか重要そうな、なんだ、主人公が過去に別れたと示唆されてる何かかもしれないけど。
Silence. No one's home at Fortress Accident. Silence. No one. Nothing happens after you ring the doorbell. Silence. No one. This button looks new, but...
Huh. This button looks new. It's probably not connected yet.
No. Hold on. The last thing you need in your life is more hysteric emotions. Forget it. Find something else to do.
失敗した。ゴミ漁ろうぜ。
You see a set of tire tracks in the brown slush that covers the plaza mosaic. Cop habit. You look at everything. This isn't case-related, you think. Hard to say. Your vision is blurred and you're having difficulty concentrating. The tire tracks were left here by an unknown event that took place some days ago.
あ、
It's a
ボーナスって
message
そう入るの？
written in the language of burnt rubber. Some of that
便利だな。
rubber stuck to the tiles right in front of the whirling in rags. This is point A. The driver started there and then accelerated straight into the fence, left a hole big enough for the Franco-Nigerian cavalry. The driver proceeded to back out of the yard, barely stopping before hitting the adjacent building, before heading south. Must have been in a hurry.
I'm not sure. There are plenty of traffic accidents waiting to happen in Martinez. With a jam right here on the run.
You could follow the track south. There seems to be a canal there. See where they went, if you find the time.
You are correct. This is a rather motor carriage-friendly city.
平均値をもらえた。
The tracks are as they have ever been. A bit more worn, perhaps. Fortunately.
で、この先に死体があるって聞いたけど。こっちじゃないんか。あ、死体。あるわ。
If there ever was such a thing as an ugly kid, then this is it. He's almost exquisite in his ugliness, like a gremlin.
Oh yeah, Nappa Gumpy Kuno! Right in the dick, Kuno! Get him right in the dick!
Love it in the dick.
The boy is sweating profusely. His eyes are like two black holes and his jaw is twitching as if trying to break free from the empire of his body. The kid is obviously high.
終わっとる。
Fuck that! Kuno, yeah! Right in the mouthhole!
Shits himself?
The rake, Kuno! You should throw the rake at him, Kuno!
The fuck? Does Kuno know what a rake is? Kuno's not a gardener. The fuck are you talking about?
He's calling us Kuno! He says we're fucking each other!
Fuck no! Kuno doesn't buy that shit. Fucking entrapment shit. Alright, entertain the Kuno. Show me what you got. What you got there? What you got, huh? Show me what you got. Kuno's Kuno, pig. Yeah, Kuno's in a fucking gang. In a bang gang. Kuno bangs for Magie, bangs for Mazda, bangs for Revachol.
Watch out, Kuno! He's trying to fiddle you! He's gonna put his hands on you! Help! Pig's got Kuno! Help! Rape!
Help! He's got the Kuno, help! Help! He's digging his dick out!
Escalate, Kuno! His dick is out! You're afraid!
Pig pigs in here in Kuno? Somebody, please!
ただただ治安が悪い。28%。負けるんだけど。
No one? Kuno's doing this because he likes it, pig.
This is where Kuno establishes dominance over you. You can't let that happen. It will make things harder down the line. You may end up missing crucial information.
Help! The pig's gagging him! Kuno can't speak!
You put him up to this yourself when you decided to talk to him in the first place.
Listen to your friend? Kuno owns the fat ass. Help! The RCM is trying to fuck Kuno! Look.
For emphasis, a ghost is saying this. A shit-eating psychopathic ghost with an ace up his sleeve.
I know you wanted to hit me. You got that I'm gonna fuck that Kuno up look that Kuno's dad gets. The murder look. The rage look. I can. Kuno can smell that violent shit. I know what you were thinking. I'm gonna fuck that Kuno up. I'm gonna shut his shit down. You know what? You should have hit the Kuno, because now you're nothing. You're a joke to Kuno. Kuno laughs at you. King Kuno!
Kuno turned you into his prison, bitch! You're gonna be in this shit with Kuno!
No, you're not. We can just leave.
Bitch, you're gonna be in this shit with Kuno forever!
A peepo is a type of hat, by the way.
You don't talk to me about my fucking peeper! You don't know where I come from! You're just Kuno's bottom bitch!
Okay, Kuno is kind to his bitch. Ask your questions, but remember, this changes shit.
Click, 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 click!
Shitload pig, what's your question?
Don't tell the pig shit, Kuno!
If I were to want to waste my time, which I do not, I would ask them who he is, how he got there, and the usual.
The usual being, have you seen anything out of the ordinary? Or have you seen anything suspicious?
Kuno's fuck imp. Kuno uses the fuck imp for target practice.
He's trying to hide the fact that he doesn't know.
Kuno knows all kinds of shit. Kuno's not a snitch, that's all. Trying to make the Kuno sing into the popo phone. Probably climbed. Kuno was busy down the road when that shit went down.
時間が地味に過ぎていく。
You heard Kuno? Kuno wasn't even in Martinez. Kuno wasn't in Revachol. Kuno wasn't regional. I don't know. Some fucking... Mesk or I don't know. Some other place. Night City. Kuno was in fucking Night City.
There is no Night City anywhere. That sounds like the name of a city in some pulp science fiction novel.
Yeah, Kuno didn't smoke him if that's what you mean. Just a couple of pigs sniffing around in the dirt. That seems pretty fucking suspicious to Kuno.
Yeah, you tell the faggoty, Kuno!
Looks like you're a fagari now, whatever that means. The suspicious question doesn't really work in antagonistic situations.
You're testing Kuno's patience here.
Get lost,
Right, pig? This is where Kuno plays with his little wooden choo-choo. Fuck do you want with it? Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit. Yeah? The kingdom of Kuno? The fuck do you want with it? Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit. Kuno doesn't fucking care.
つまり何にも得られなかったぞ。子供に舐め腐られて。悲しいね。やっぱり必要だったのは戦闘技能だったかもしれないってことは。
This trash container is locked. The sliding lid has a padlock that says, well, it is a container. Maybe you're prioritizing it.
いやーでもゲーム的にめたいこと考えるんだったら子供痛めつけていいことあるゲームってなかなかない気がするな。
We could try using a pry bar. There's one in my motor carriage, or we could ask for a key from the manager of the Whirling in Rags. He probably has one.
Kuno, the pig's getting pretty close to me. Come to snuff my shit out, I think.
戦闘技能に特化するともっとメンタルも良くなるかしれんし。
まあそう初期の割り振りだとそうだな。結構カツカツだったもんな。でもこいつの子供の言動があれなせいでこの後の人間結構戦闘技能に振りたくなるやつが多い気がするわ。俺も確率高かったらやってたかもしんねえ。
I'm going away for a long, long time, Kuno. Going away for life.
What's going on there? Fuck are you trying to pull, pig?
You don't want to fuck with me. I got my hands bloody. I'm not here, pig. You're not seeing this.
You can still see the top of her hat from behind the fence. There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs have walked here.
やっぱ視覚計算便利そう
Heavy
だな。
workers' boots with reinforced toes and hobnails all over the yard. Isn't this something an industrial worker would wear?
Noted.
What do you think you are? A super detective?
失敗した。
You're hungover. These are just dents in the mud.
薬中のガキなんかどうせ何も知らないし、得られた情報も信用ならない。として無視をしてもいいわけだし。
そうだな。時間が大事だったら全然無視もありだな。決めるか。
The corpse looks at you with bulging white
ええ。
eyes. The face around them does not look human. It's swollen and ready to burst. His lips are fish-like and his tongue like a ball gag in his mouth. You seem to be holding your breath. A cargo belt twists his neck at an unnatural angle. The body below appears stiff. It's letting out an ungodly rot. The smell seeps in even through your clenched nostrils.
Active decay. It's okay to throw up, officer. No one is judging.
He's about to blow. Cop's gonna blow, Kuno.
3日前に下ろしていればもうちょっとマシだったろうにな。
悪態つきたくなるわ。
なんか飲んじゃったかな、おっちゃん。
店主も嫌なこと言いたくなるわ。嫌味の一つや二つや三つ。あれ、クリックできないの？こっち側からじゃないのか。多分こっち側からじゃないんだ。
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite. It's nothing. Someone just left some roofing material slanted against an old shack. Glad you asked. When junior researcher Olari Tal invented Eternite in the Vartna Polytechnic Institute some 30-odd years ago, he thought it would last forever. Hence the name, Eternite. Sadly, the only lasting thing turned out to be the material's highly carcinogenic effect. Because there's a secret door hidden behind the panels of Eternite. That's why they're too orderly. There it is. You see a shabby little door.
いや、やっぱ自分の能力重要だな、おい。
What is this then? A tool shed? Let's investigate.
ちょっと待って、外もうちょっと見たかった。こっち側から行けないのか。そうか、あっち側から行けそうだよな。
キムくんもついてきてくれるの早いけど、もうちょっと協力してくれてもええんちゃうかと思うけどね。
そうだな、こいつだったら、主人公よりメイザー遠く見つけてくれそうだけど。話を聞けばなんかあったりする。
Be still, my beating heart. It's amphetamine. Sweet
薬中回路がよ。
The lieutenant isn't studying the powder in the mirror. He's studying you. There's a good vague way to ask where he stands on drug use. Professionally, I mean.
Perhaps not. This is below our pay grade, detective. See that ladder there? It's probably another way into the industrial harbor, no? A secret path the local kids use.
決めてたらしいからそうかもな。あいつぐらいしかこんなとこ来ないか。
Yes?
特にないか。追加は。金。どういくこれ。ちょい待って。あ。金になるぞ。ここが遠いけるかわかんねえ。あ、いけるんだ。ちょっと待って。小銭小銭。
Looks like someone left his tarpaulin cloak hanging on the railing here.
Yes, it's probably yours. It bears the RCM insignia, and you have a habit of being careless with your equipment. You could probably make the jump. You look like you've done some track and field in your day.
The wind is aggressive up here. The lieutenant looks at the enormous crane towering in the distance over the container yard. Then he turns back to the sad piece of fabric flapping in the wind.
What are we doing? We're awfully close to breaking into the industrial harbor. They're bound to have information for us. Or it could be that we are just exploring. The cloak? I do think it's yours, yes. As to whether you should go for it, well, it doesn't seem too dangerous. 2-meter stops?
The cloak looks like a bag of goodies floating in the wind. Who knows what its pockets may hide?
Let's go. そんな勢いつけなくてもゆっくり降りようよ。あ、ビビったなこいつ。
No, no. That's still too high. What were you thinking? You're not a gymnast. You're a boxer. And you've climbed way too high up here. You could have died there. Shit. I'm failing you. This wasn't part of it.
8% は無理よな。
Hey, what happened? I understand. We can always come back when you are feeling better. It's just a cloak after all.
つまり今は無理と。
ここで私の1周目のおっさんハイヤーになっちゃって警察辞めた。
回復結構体力シビアな人だな。今俺もちょっと危ないわ。惜しかったな。あれ無理な。降りるのは無理そうだな。消えるか。レザーの開けるか。店主に鍵もらって。人がいる。おいおいおい、物だらけなんだが。外行こうと思えばいくらでも行けるよ。ちょっとタスク。22時ね。
Hello, sir. Step right in. The store is open.
俺が方だ。
Are you interested in a new and exciting book? It's a bookstore, sir. We sell books, postcards, and some board games.
Books? Postcards? Easy. Even a kid would know all of this.
Yes, that's exactly it. You got it, sir. What about board games? Okay, sir. This was all very enlightening. Can I help you with anything else?
子供に勝てないぞこのおっさん。
Okay, sir. I'll try to answer any questions you have. I hope they're about books. My name is Annette, sir. My mum, her name is Plaisance. She owns the store. She's inside minding the register. Or feel free to step in and browse our wares. I'm signalling that the store is open. Otherwise, people might not know. They'd miss out on the crime, romance, and biographies of famous people.
よし、おっさんだけど、撫でるか。容赦なんか言って。
Thank you, sir. I'm happy to help Mum out with the store.
よし、犯罪にならなかったセーフ。俺が法だからな。
I do my studies at home at the moment. I have to help Mum keep this place running.
多分、どんな能力でもクリアにはたどり着けるらしいレビューが多いから。
School?
へえ。
Well, mine is a big yellow building on Boogie Street, and the
ま
people there run it.
あ、ある程
They
度
say
後から
it's
上げ
a
られるっぽいか
charity.
ら、よっぽど縛ってるやつなんていないだろう。
Mum says it's necessary to do both because it builds character. Mum says a proper worker is dutiful. That's how you get ahead in life. You succeed.
There is stress and unease behind these words. She's reciting etiquette.
荒ごと系の能力を全切りにしても、非暴力に徹して、危険に波決して近づかないように注意すればなんとかなるのかな。
まあ、積むことはそうそうないと
Mum
信
says
じたい
it's
けど。
peachy. She was a little afraid at first.
まあ、ないんだろうな、
There's
そ
talk
もそ
about
も
this house being cursed. Cursed in the way that makes them say that no business has ever really thrived here, sir. That they all go... Exactly. But we've been doing fine so far.
We can go into the bookstore and ask about the case, but I don't see much more to look into here.
Yes. Please do also look at our wares inside. The postcards and board
我
games
々
are there,
はス
sir.
マートに解決を目指そう。キム君。つってメガネクイクイする感じのおっさんをやって。
はい。うちのおっさんはあれだわ。結構衝動的になりそうだわ。面白そうな選択肢あったら選びたくなっちゃうもん。あと、単純に確率に挑みたくなる。
Nothing really, sir. Mum doesn't allow me to sneak around in the back rooms or the cellar. I don't really know what's there.
It does not manifest itself in any way. It does not exist. I liked it better when we were talking about whether it's appropriate to stand out in the freezing weather. No such thing.
信じない羽。
Anything else you wanted to talk about, sir? Maybe I can tell you about some of our books instead. Crime fiction is about murders or burglaries or things like that, and the work of a policeman or a private detective who's trying to solve a crime and catch...
Crime is what we were solving before this conversation began.
And it's kind of like a puzzle too. You can guess who the criminal is, or how the... You don't look much like a policeman. Didn't mean to offend, sir. Sorry, sir. It's just that you don't look like Dick Mullen. What's that mean? And everything's better now, sir? Why is that? Oh, okay. I shouldn't have said that thing about Dick Mullen. Head, yes.
Not head, child. Heads.
Isn't that very dangerous? Unlike you, sir. He's just a fictional character. He's no match for you. Maybe you can show me some real police work, sir. Like, it's the type of book where there's a rich lady and she has to choose between the good man and the bad man. Or there could be a story about a poor lady getting a rich man. It's about man and lady business, sir. These are not very common. You can't have a choice between bad and bad. No, well, maybe then it's fine. Maybe if the lady then decides not to pick either, because she doesn't need a bad man. Yes, That would be interesting. It happens, but usually the guy gets rich in the process, or should actually be rich himself, but those are unhappy books for most of the pages. People sad about what they have lost, but then it all turns out just fine in the end.
円柱かこいつ。
That's really not a proper romance story. That's more like everyday life. Not in romance books, sir. These are about nice and pretty people, and everyone is happy in the end.
そう言われたらそうだな。
I haven't read many of those.
やっぱハッピー円柱かもしれん。
I don't think it's a romance story if the main characters break up, though. No, I don't know. Yes, she knows books, definitely.
What was that? An idea for an unfinished novel stuck somewhere in your forebrain? Later, when you get the chance, you should address these issues by getting
もう
drunk.
ことあるごとに酒進めてくるんだけど、この薬中回路は。電気化学ガン上げしたらどうなんだろう。完璧な薬種になるのかな。
Maybe some about other books?
お、なんか面白そうなのあるな。
The girl keeps her hands folded, hidden. Why is that?
What do you mean, sir?
She looks around anxiously. Her hands remain folded in front of her. The lieutenant stands by, looking at the two of you with little interest. She brings out her reddened hands, her nails frayed, nearly chewed down to the flesh.
And you knew this from me keeping my hands folded?
Yosh. それっぽいことよ。
Well, that proves nothing. Anyone could do an easy deduction like that.
She nods, half provocative, half enthusiastic.
Maybe so, sir. Okay, I know it's a bad habit, and I shouldn't. It was okay, sir.
There's more that can be achieved here. Ask her to do the same.
You're quite sober.
The lieutenant does not flinch at the comment. He does not flinch even a single bit. He is intensely not flinching. It takes effort.
Fritz, maybe? Alcohol is not good for you, sir.
There she stands, swaying on her feet, assaulted by the early spring breeze. She smiles at you. The whole situation suddenly feels familiar, somehow.
これ大丈夫かな？知らないかな？ちょっと待って。ここってセーブできないんだ。
Oh, kings and queens and generals of... I think that's why people...
Seems like most people who read those books fail to get more famous from reading them.
But it does make the famous people more famous.
Annette's expression remains ever so helpful, but she doesn't say anything.
Isn't that kind of a childish thing for a grown-up to say?
When she grows up, and if she grows up to be clever, she'll discover there's no such thing as a grown-up.
Okay, sir.
She doesn't know what to make of that, but she'll remember it.
悪い大人すぎるぞ、こいつ。 やってやるか。
You have absolutely no idea. Familiar? How? You must have forgotten something you heard again.
失敗するだけか。実際の官能要素がない官能書。やばい。いろいろ回れる。すまない事件の解決が。
The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring an extremely muscular, sword-wielding barbarian on the cover. Nearly all the titles contain the word Hyundai somewhere.
Oh, Man from Hyundai.
ああ、さっき
A
言った
very
な。
popular series of adventure novels. They're awfully immoral and violent books. Blood and violence, scantily clad women, epic narratives, all those mystical things he encounters. They're bound to grab those with little imagination and nothing to do. What does it matter? They're all the same. However, the customer is always right, they say. If you're a novice of the series, I'd recommend Hyundalaman, the man from Hyundal. It's supposed to be a good introduction to the
金がないから買えません。
Rows and rows of Hyundalamen blur your vision. You make out some titles. Man from Hyundal and the maybe 100. Man from Hyundal and the sages at the end of the world. Man from Hyundal
なんだ。
and the false
ズワイガニ。
Man from Hyundal and the scorched earth. Man from Hyundal, not even close. Man from Hyundal in hell. Man from Hyundal and the forest of slaves. Man from Hyundal under the lake. Man from Hyundal, Hyundal
触
burning.
れてるんだな。
There's even the trial of death, nothing of interest. Only silence and the cosmic background pain radiation. A small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are numerous types of games for all ages.
Wonderful board games, sir. The Viticulturist is a classic for sure. Browbritter is a fun game of economic...
A large hardbound tome with intricate cover art. The books in a board game section? Who wants to read books? There's a box that says Wirral, 3rd edition mega setting
明らかに寄り道。
module. The side panel notes a fantastic adventure board game. New maps and minute displays to an
高え。3には買えません。
Welcome to crime, romance, and biographies of fate. Be welcome, and please take responsibility for the energy you bring into this space. Sir, don't be ridiculous. I certainly will not give you money. One has to earn one's success, even if one is a police officer.
Certainly there are good things to be said about dependence.
まともなことを考えそうな回路もあるんだよ。
Now, hey there. Sounds like someone isn't taking responsibility for fighting enemy. My philosophy is everyone just getting along. I am. The proudest owner of our little shop of culture. Annette, yes, my daughter. I hope she wasn't slacking off again with her nose in science fiction. Tell me. Wonderful. Did you talk to her? Great. On a scale of 1 to 10, how compelled were you to buy books after talking with her? Come now, it's not personal. It's about proper sales practices and market research. I expect an answer. My precious, her dedication brings joy to my heart. If you have children, I hope they turn out as great as my Annette.
おー、なんか選択肢増えてるだろ、これ。
God. I've told her not to do that. It's such a disgusting habit. She'll get over it. Anxiety is a part of life. She can, if she has enough willpower. This is what's called growing pains. Life isn't easy. Life doesn't give breaks.
Come on, ma'am. It's obvious she can't do anything about it. You are placing an unnecessary burden on a young child.
ただのまともなやつじゃん。
She stands stiff and severe, silently fuming. 10 or so seconds pass without change. She's looking for one, but there simply aren't any good arguments for being an asshole.
Oh no. Hold on. I need to invite her inside and apologize. She must be freezing out there. There. I don't know what to say to you. My husband, he tries to teach me business lessons. I have what my mother called a dull mind. All this stress. She's been too busy helping me here, so she studied at home this trimester. This, I assure you, I of all people understand the importance of education. She will be back in school the moment the store takes off. Yes, my husband is a successful entrepreneur east of the river. If only he were more involved in the business we're running up here. No matter. Soon we'll both be off for Grand Couronne. It's a proper place to live. One of the most peaceful neighborhoods east of Jamrock. You may know it for its massive housing projects. Most of the buildings are empty at the moment. It's a great opportunity to get ahead of the crowds. Better times ahead for sure. He made the initial investment. Since then, he's been what you might call a silent partner.
Super silent, almost inaudibly so.
Yes, I'm afraid so. A real treat she is. It would be nice if she had... No.
いや、まあまあ、さすがにこの男そこまでやばいこと言わないだろ。
A glimmer of sadness blinks through the
よし、よかった。俺の頭の方がやばかった、今。いや、初動のこいつの発言がやばすぎてちょっと。
We're quite busy people, you know, my husband and I. Quite busy. Children are a lot of work. You don't look like a father, so I don't expect you to understand. I'm sorry. I'm sure you do understand.
The woman looks aloof, her features much softer. Occasionally she glances at her daughter's silhouette.
Goodness, you were already doing good, browsing the shelves. Why'd you stop? Don't you feel compelled? Go. Everything is on the shelves. Take a look yourself. The shelves compel you, don't they?
She smiles and nods, seemingly relieved.
これで散々会話してちょっと変わったと経験値と
I'm sorry, sir. I can't talk right now. I'm very busy with my homework. I have
娘
so
を
much
中に入れ
homework
られた。
now.
You just can't win. out of the rain and into the gutter.
Math. It's really difficult. Like, really. They say you need it to get rich. Better than standing outside in the cold, I guess. Oh, I found something while you were away. I thought this would fit you. Like, thanks for helping out. Not me. The city, I mean. Like a detective does.
なんかくれたぞ。おい。
ディスコエリジウム、ゲームボーイ版も出ててびっくりした。
ゲームボーイ版？何？え？なんか画面が画面が今開けないってだけかな。まあ後から帽子を調べよう。
Just what Dick Mullen would ask. I got it from behind the curtains. I'm not really supposed to go there.
仕切りの向こう側から。
Maybe. It's the hat Dick Mullen wears all the time. You'll look way more serious with that. Right, I have to get back to my homework now, before Mum notices. Man, this is hard.
Because you know each other.
あ、
She's
成
been
功した。
talking to you so openly because you've talked before.
キリッキリだな。デメ修正。プラス1。変なボーナス入ってなのか。あんまちゃんと見てなかった。
Yes, I used to stand out there all the time, before Mother told me to focus on my homework. You've been running around all week without your shirt on, sir, apologizing to everyone. I don't really understand what you've done wrong. Of course, you've stopped by a few times. You certainly look better than the last time I saw you. Yeah, but you don't have party eyes anymore.
Party eyes? Yes, of course. That makes sense.
You know, like a cat in the dark, all big and wide-eyed. It certainly looks odd on a man.
The swiveling eyes of a loony drug addict. That is what she meant. Fuck yeah. You should get some party eyes right now. Snap those sequins on you, boy. Oh baby, that's not what you have to worry about. Worry about the important thing.
I didn't know I had to do that. I'm glad I could help you, sir.
へえ。主人公がやったんですか、これ。ああ、いいのわかるね。いや、会話する意味あるな、このゲーム。だって、散々外で話しかけて、詰め噛んでることわかんなかったら、この選択肢そもそも発生しないしな。どんなつながりだよ。再確ヒック。
You see a set of tattered curtains block.
Excuse me, officer. The back room is strictly for employees only.
You see some kind of charm, an irregular polyhedron assembled from bones, sticks, and straw. Inside, a disturbing fish head. This is a traditional Seminese ward, meant to provide protection against ill luck, bad dreams. Inhabitants of Ile de Fantôme, the Seminine Islands down south. Aside from poking at it suspiciously, there is nothing else to do with the fish head charm at this time.
Nothing. Now please go back to browsing the books. Don't you feel compelled to look at the books? The books.
She speaks almost as if she's trying to put a spell on you. Oddly enough, the more she tries to draw you away from the curtains, the more alluring they become. Just as you're about to pull apart the curtains, the petrified...
Sir, don't touch that. I told you it's off limits for the customers. Parapsychologically speaking, we're done if you decide to open them.
She looks away, mumbling. Why is everyone always messing with the curtains? Why can't they just buy books like normal people?
room for the employees, I told you. Now please step away from the curtains. Why? It's not like anyone was killed there. I am sorry, I don't mean to be so impolite. Just please don't go there. I can't allow that. You do? My God, even more reasons not to mess with the curtains. Just step away, dear sir.
Yaruka.
No! Please just talk to me, officer. Come here and
Talking is always good. Go. The curtains, tattered with age and covered in dust, hang before you, as if taunting you.
話聞くか。寄り道すぎるだろこれ。序盤だぞ序
Hello
盤。
again, esteemed officer, and welcome to crime, romance, and biographies of famous people. I already told you, it's just a storage room for employees. Just let it go, officer. Go buy some goddamn books. You're supposed to be drawn to the books. It's just for decoration. Okay, fine. It's just because this place is cursed, just like everyone said. They don't call it the doomed commercial
これ
area
も
for
あれだろ
nothing.
う。だって百科事典がなければ飾ってあるものが何かどうかもわからず。
Are you happy now, officer? Happy that you've ruined everything? It's not good to talk about the curse, not in detail. The negativism, it's dangerous.
Wow. Void raves. You have new words.
The curse is so much worse than you could imagine. It's a disease, eating at the very foundation. It's the curse of financial distress, of ruin and bankruptcy. It's not just that, officer. We're dealing with something supernatural here. It's the cacodemons feeding off bad business practices and there's something wrong with this building, I can tell you. Ever since I arrived, I've sensed an eerie lingering presence, as if I was unwanted here. Yes, I've contacted numerous parapsychologists, and even a pair of Simonese mediators. They provided me with the wards. The wards help to keep the doom at bay and protect us against the darkness that lies further in the building, even though now I fear it's not enough. Oh, this? No, it's a special Himian amulet, blessed by desert pygmy shamans with a spell of compulsion.
この世界そういうのあんのかな。あるようには見えんない。
There are numerous spells cast throughout the store. I had the books anointed with a different inducement spell, for example. It's guaranteed to boost sales 15%.
Desert pygmy shamans.
かもだよ
Sounds
こ
like
い
a
つ。
rather questionable way to describe a group of people.
Most certainly not. I don't want anyone who's not familiar with the psychic arts to get in.
My liege, you know what this case calls for?
超常刑事。
Paradetective.
お、プラスに、あ、ボーナスってそういう風に出てくるんだ。ネットを助けた。へえ。
Slither up to her,
成功。
you silver-tongued fiend. Show her what world-class
中央。
perfidy looks like.
「まあここまで来たらやり通してやるか。嘘をつきたくない場合が気になるな。
You're not lying. You're giving her peace of mind. The means are thus justified.
あ、なんか嘘ついてほしくないというなんか主人公に求める潔癖さがあったけど、演劇面白そうだな。
Are you sure? Don't think I haven't seen charlatans before.
俺は虚無から舞い戻ってきた。
You're no paradetective. You look nothing like one. And you're clearly a drinker. Pardon me for being so blunt, but
You look like one. Hey now, hey. You need the booze to focus, all right? The lieutenant keeps his usual stony calm. He silently picks out his notebook.
Na.
how do you know all this?
Here we go.
Here we go. これあれだな、やっぱコメディって話見たけど、そうだな、笑いながら見る類の作品だな。結構真面目に硬派にやってくもんだと思ってたこともあるけど、多分あれだ、なんかもう、ギャグだ。
Your parsimonies. Oh, it means our meeting couldn't have been mere chance. But I am not the only one at risk. I have to think of my daughter. You are certain you can help us? Keep us safe?
キム、
I can't allow any
巻き込むぞ、お前のこと
damage to hit us.
Oh, I can assure you he is a police officer.
よーし。
Very knowledgeable.
If you promise, good officer, then you might be our last hope. Do you swear it? Thank you, sir. There's one more thing I haven't told you about yet. The entity.
Entity.
Do not act surprised. You know of these things, sire.
Yes, a malignant entity that lives inside the chimney. It takes the form of a woman. A witch, most likely. She or it must be connected to the curse somehow. No, this chimney is part of the building's central furnace, and it's enormous. She has barricaded herself behind some metal security curtains. God knows what she's doing there. Some unnatural magic, I assume. You should go find the entity and ask what happened to all the companies in the building. What is the source of this curse? Oh, and please do return to me after you've looked round. I'm quite anxious to know what she has to say about the curse. What you discover in there.
すっごい進んだんだけど、しかも吊るされた死体全く関係ない方向に。
Unbelievable darkness and ruin.
Okay, but please, only a few questions. You wouldn't want to disturb the spirits.
The woman looks aloof, her features much softer.
マジかよ。一旦トイレ行ってこよう。 ああ、あの死体を下ろしてやりたいんだが、しばらく無理そうだな。右下だいぶ大事なことが書いてあるな。捨て振りしたいんだけど。ちょっと待って。確定音符って。ああ、もうちょっとか。
今んとこどんな感じですか？メタスコア97に値する作品でしょうか？
値する作品でしょうか。まあ、まだわかんないけど、このやってる内容の地味さでちゃんと、なんだろう、ついていけてんのは、振り落とされずに普通に遊べてんのは、まあ、すごいと思う。こういうお話メインだと、やっぱオチあたりが面白くないとなかなか評価しづらいよね。で、オチが秀逸だったらメタスコア97点になるかもしんない。このジャンルでまだ普通に馴染みのない人間でも遊べるって時点で評価は高いのはわかるけど。で、上になんかまだ調べてないのがあるから、それ調べてからカーテン開ける。
These shelves are overburdened with books from the same series.
Oh, crime, robberies, murders, even sexual crimes. We're fortunate to have Dick Mullen and his story. You're a police officer, apparently. You should buy...
Crime fiction is a disgrace. An asinine misrepresentation. These books greatly overstate the excitement of police work, glossing over how long it takes to actually follow up on leads and eliminate dead ends. What's more, they completely ignore the psychological hardships of year after year, coming not a single mention of all the stress this work creates upon the officer's family. Detective fiction just doesn't tell the truth at all. You see Dick Mullen on the job. Get me Mullen. The stalwart adventures of Richard P. Mullen. Dick Mullen and the murder in a killing is declared. Dick Mullen in the murder house. The final case of Dick Mullen. An obvious lie. Dick Owner turns out he faked it to solve a case.
ありがちですね。
Yes, there's also the dame who did it. Farewell, my Mullen. Faking death seems to be a common trope in the Mullen series. Tragedy calls for Dick Mullen. Another one with fake death. And, of course, after all this, you still haven't found the answer to the one question that matters. Who is Dick Mullen? Your attempt to grasp at the answer fails. It seems very close by, pulsating just.
こんなところでもチェックが求められ、 ちょっと待って。
Guillaume Le Million. Bad news. Guillaume Le Million did not become a cop. In 38, he went on a tour to the Sinyao province in Safre, where he died of autoerotic asphyxiation. His body was found hanging from a decorative dragon tree in his junior suite amid drug paraphernalia, unwholesome objects, and the Sylvia Trainer single, Wonderland, skipping in the background. And yes, you can take this as a metaphor for Revachol in the 30s, and also as a warning.
Hey. やっぱそう、こういうのを見つけてさっさと装備した方がいいの。こういう自分のステータスを上げる楽しみがあるのはいいの。
The plaque on the shelf reads, Biographies of Famous People. You see a large variety of names, none of which ring a bell.
I would say The Greatest Innocence. Yes, most certainly. It's an important educational tool, a very influential historical figure. But surely I don't have to. The book is also very daring. The author aims to re-examine the universal understandings of the innocentic system, creating a fresh vantage point and a shift in the tired or perhaps for a layman, deep analysis is necessary.
Do her words seem vague and abstract to you?
Certainly, it's prudent for a person to have at least an elementary understanding of history and society. Imagine the chaos we'd be in otherwise.
You feel like you should get this one. Definitely. It's important somehow. There's something personal inside.
Hey.
Browsing through all the books with all their names makes your head spin. Suddenly, a particularly odd title catches your eye. It reads, High Speed Love chronicles the romance between two of the finest tip-top tourney racers in history. Next to Irv's life story, you see a slim biography of an Occidental rock star called The Anti-Star. Next to that, Revacholian radio personality Guillaume Bevy stands in front of a run-down drug den. He's a permanent...
I really must insist you buy one of the books. Reading them is not for free. Do still... I'm sorry, I did not mean to rush you. You are browsing. Go ahead.
Several maps have been attached to a bulletin board hidden inside the alcove. The maps look old and faded. Your eye catches a map of Insulinda, a map of Revachol, and a map of Martinez. This large map displays archipelagos. You see a constellation of small dots on the light blue emptiness of the Insulindic Ocean. Ozon, Laurentide, Fas Alamer, archipelagos, North Arcade Island disintegrating into mathematics. In the northeast, a dust mite stands on the north coast of Caillou in a bookstore. It's you. You can, on Caillou, Revachol, a single black star, on Ozon, Fondelier, and Vimandu, on archipelagos, Croyan Moran, Villiers, on Semenine, Olduvai, and on Laurentide, Deora of the 850 million people live on these little dots, an oceanic world of culture and commerce torn. The ocean breaks apart into a tangle of cosines and azimuths, all pointing into pale nothingness, connections to other worlds, words past the Insulindian, unknown to you. You only know you have little idea what they are. Distant stars, gods. But looking at them, perhaps they are gods. Gods of distance and outer dust. The north coast of a verdant island is shattered by the delta of a river. It is the river Esperance. To the east, rolling hillsides, Le Jardin, Stella Marie. The suburbs of Saint Baptiste, swallowed up into Hudon. It's somewhere to live. Not bad. Then there's Jamrock. It's bad. People shouldn't live. It's so small you can't even see it on the map. No, wait. There it is. North of Jamrock. The strip of coast next to the greater river. It's not really a map. It's a tourist thing. A picture postcard. Still, it's detailed. Could be pretty useful for scouting ahead. You see the jagged boxes of an industrial harbor. Even the whirling...
I'm sorry, officer. The map of Martinez is the only one available. The other two are not for sale anymore. And besides, they're quite valuable, though they might not look it. The map of Martinez is 90 cents, though. That old thing? It's an out-of-date map of a tourist location that never was nor came to be. From when some design studio people tried to spruce the place up 4 or 5 years ago. They also renovated the horse statue, set up those coin-operated viewers.
The place does not look like a successful tourist trap, does it?
They didn't get that far, for some reason. A shame the project never got going. Would be nice if someone fixed Martinez up. All these ruins are bad for business.
Yes. 盗む。今、こいつの剣損ねたくないな。
Always good to be informed of your surroundings.
You've acquired an interactable item. Investigate this item further by going to the Interact tab in your inventory.
Inventory だ。後回しにしよう。
This bookstore is not strictly about crime, romance, and biographies of famous people. Amidst the various books, you find one written by someone named... These three things are very important to the working class mind. The point of the book, and many others on this shelf, is to give people medicinal advice in situations where they don't have access to paid health services. It serves platitudes, while also telling everyone that traditional medicine, the kind people don't have access to. Wholeness, unity, balance, on the other hand, can basically take care of anything. Though it is important to note, when it's up to your mind to heal yourself, then it's because of your mind that you're ill in the first place. The book features chapters on topics such as how to find magnesium. There's even a chapter on the ancient Seraïs tradition of using duck gallbladder preservatives to...
Sir, please, no browsing in that shelf. That wisdom is not for free. I can't have you end up, like, opening a police store next door and stealing my customers. Oh no!
こんなもんかな。やるか。
You see a set of tattered curtains blocking the way to another room. You see a dimly lit room full of dusty furniture and trash. A doorway stands in the back, covered in dust.
Oh!
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in
やれるんだよ。
dozens, if not hundreds, of Seminese trinkets and charms. It appears to be locked. Only an echo. No one is there. After exerting some force, you manage to turn the key. It's eerily silent. The door slides slightly open, letting a draft of cold air into the room.
Detective, you're the one in charge. What is this place? No, it's a gym, though it looks like no one's been here in ages. I doubt the electricity still works. We should find a flashlight if we want to go on. There should...
An eerie feeling rises in your chest.
Yes, because it's closed. No need to look for supernatural explanations where a banal one will do. No.
取り行くか。砲丸投げの弾。あ、金になる。しかも結構いいねな。
A barbell lies on the floor. It's 60 kilograms. Your triceps hum at the sight of these weights. Show the world what kind of beast it's dealing with. Lift them. There are no collars on the barbell. This is a safety hazard.
You're right. The weight may fall off. Better not touch it then. It would be a violation of EPIS safety regulations if the gym was still operating, but it isn't. No one's supposed to come here anymore.
やんねえよ。下手に体力減らしたくねえし。懐中電灯取りに行こう。お散歩楽しいね。これ。
Before you stands a motor carriage. The bodywork is covered in blue and white livery. This must be the infernal machine that tore you from oblivion. The Caprice Kinema motor carriage. In the cabin, you are welcomed by a set of steering levers, a radio microphone on a hook, a pull-out toolbox under the seat, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge. The frequency tableau lights up, and a green button labeled Prime Line. The soft purr of electrical kittens, radio waves cast far and wide over the metropolis. A woman's voice greets you through the static.
This is Precinct 57. Hello, Lieutenant.
Hello, Alice. Please assist our colleague from the 41st Precinct here. I'm putting him on.
Operating the radio is easy. Just be confident. You've probably done it 1,000 times.
This is Officer Alice Demetri, Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Just a second, officer.
10-2, 10-5. This is 41st. Come in. Over.
The man uses relay code. You got this. You're a cop, and cops know.
百科事典結構出番多いなこれ。
10-4, message received. 10-5, relay message. What's your status? Over. 10-18, state your message, sir. 10-9, over. 10-4, message received. This is a very serious situation. I need to 10-22 the captain. Over.
Is it him? What does he want?
Says he lost his badge and needs to report it.
He what? He lost his badge?
This is Communication Officer Jules Pidieux, sir. Over. You mean your partner? Over.
What is he saying?
He's asking who you are.
I'm his goddamn partner.
It's your partner, Satellite Officer Dietmar, sir. Over.
相棒増えたんだな。
Did he lose his memory along with his fucking badge? Who lost his badge? Dick fucking Mullen. Who do you think?
It's Officer Dick Mullen from the bestseller Dick Mullen and the Lost Identity.
Dick Mullen is not your name. It's the name of a fictional detective who would not lose his badge. Defend yourself. Immediately. They're laughing at you.
He says this has probably happened to other policemen before him and laughs sarcastically.
Oh goddamn it! Is he fucking kidding? The
Satellite Officer Dietmar is wondering if you might be joking and adds that this tarnishes the reputation of the entire station. Over.
Mullen dicked us.
He's asking you to stop, says...
Of course it's serious.
Satellite Officer Dietmar concurs, losing your badge is serious. Over. 10-4, I hear you, officer. I'm just going to make a note here that you are in pursuit of your misplaced badge. Over.
何あげよっかな。演劇面白かったよな。暗示引く。終わっとる。暗示終わっとる。適当な選択肢選ぶから。魅力的になってほしいかっていうと微妙なところだな。筋肉か。ああ、でも手さばき便利そうだな。あ、視覚計算か。視覚計算はだいぶ便利そうだったんだよ。視覚計算上げてもいいな。上げるか。筋肉欲しい。いや、でも視覚計算だな。 元に戻すとこあんだけど。
Fuck me. Mac, come here. You've got to hear this. Dick Mullen lost his badge.
戦闘能力が欲しいんだが肉体の連中が要求してくることがいちいちアウトローよりでな。
そうだね。なんか主人公っぽい振る舞いをしようとすると、でも衝動的な選択肢面白そうなんだよな。次あげよっかな。
Super Cop here lost his badge.
He lost his what now? His badge. He lost his goddamn fucking badge.
He asks you to please stop saying he lost his badge.
Why? Did he find it?
Sergeant Person was wondering if you found your badge yet. Over.
You don't have a comeback. Sorry. It's hard to think like this.
He's not replying. Looks like he's still looking for it. 10-9, come again. I didn't get that. Over.
New heights even for Captain Sober.
Ask him. Ask him if he's lost his gun, damn.
あ、10ないの。
Sergeant Orson wants to know if you lost your gun too. Over.
Check your pockets. Check your... Holy fuck. You don't know where it is, do you? No. It's gone. It's not fucking on you.
10-9, come in officer. Did you get my question? We were wondering about your gun. Over.
58% で嘘がつける。でも10なくしてないっていうのまずいよな。でもやりてー。嘘つきて
ー。Lying over the phone.
はい、成功。
Just
あっぶね。
it's the truth.
あぶね。
Then it becomes it.
He says he didn't.
Thank God for that. That would have been a nightmare. I don't even want to imagine the poor prick who has
さらにまずいことになった気がしないでもないけど。
Losing his badge is bad enough. Tell him to find it and fast. We can't have some gangbanger running around with it.
We're all glad to hear you've not lost your gun, officer. You need further assistance? Over. Ten 4, I hear you. I don't have the authority to grant your request, but...
What does he want now?
He's asking for money.
Is he fucking kidding?
I don't think he is.
Don't give that asshole anything. He's just gonna drink it all.
Alright, that's a negative on the additional funds, sir. Over. He says he's in trouble, doesn't have a place to sleep.
Well, I guess he'd better crack the case before sundown then.
Vicmar said... He says it's important to the case.
He isn't getting a red cent.
Request denied, sir. Over. Listen. It's okay. You can do it, sir.
Yes, I see.
Over.
What is he saying?
Did you want anything else, sir? Many of your colleagues are also here. Over.
He's trying to keep you from further embarrassing yourself in front of your colleagues.
Let us address them now, sir. Over. Okay, 10-4, sir. I hear you. Relay your question. Over.
Wait. Before you say anything stupid, think it through. You're going to be looking at a straitjacket if you tell everyone you lost your memory. Be smart about this.
10-4, sir. I'm not hearing your question. That's a negative, sir. I got 10-12 visitors present here. Over. 10-4, well, that's,
Does he actually want something, or is he hell-bent on disrupting our work?
He asked if he ever told me about his days before joining the RCN.
For God's sake, cut this shit out!
Sir, Satellite Officer Vikmar says... So, was there anything else? 10-9, repeat message. I didn't get that, sir. Over. Sir, I will not have you talk to me in this manner. Over.
What? What is it? What can he possibly still want from us?
He seems intoxicated and keeps asking me to call him by his name.
Mullen's drunk and emotionally aggressive. That's new.
Wrap it up. Don't indulge in his drunken antics.
10. Excuse me, sir. Over. No, sir, I haven't. You're not really keen on mentioning your home life, so I've always assumed things weren't that good on that front. Over.
What? What is it?
He wants to verify the information on his badge.
But of course, it says Dick Mullen, High General of the Revacholian Cavalry Force.
Tell him to stop wasting time.
ここじゃ判明しなさそうだね。序盤も序盤だしね。危ねえ、自由のこと話しそうになった。
Roger that. 10-10. Over and out.
A metallic drawer slides out from under the seat and clicks into place. The tools inside are neatly organized.
Take what you need, officer. It's going to be a long case. I'm not protective of my tools, like some men are.
He's clearly a little protective of his tools. But what can you do? Work is work. The pry bar feels nice and cold in your hand, heavier than you'd think. Useful for opening all sorts of doors and lids. The handles are long and sleek. Snap, snap, go the cutters in your hand. It's robust, weatherproof, and well-made. Police issue. Lets you see things in the dark you would otherwise miss. The pull-out tool slides back into its nest. Preheater gauge casts a warm glow on the steering levers and the radio on its hook. The white suede feels luxurious under the touch, and the metal clutch handle so very familiar in your palm. As you tap on the gauge, the indicator pin jerks as if startled. It's in the large orange sector, indicating the engine is warm. Next to the gauge is a red switch labeled heat.
There's no use pressing the heat button. It won't start without the ignition key.
Translation. We're not going anywhere right now. Alternative translation. Don't even think you can drive my MC.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? It will take just a moment, officer.
Her voices fade out into the familiar radio static.
Gottlieb, what do you want?
He's carelessly chewing on a piece of hard candy.
Oh, it's you. Yes, there's no end to the misfortunes fate has seen fit to rain upon me. Who? You are? You lost your human visage a while back. Now let's get on with it. I've got more important things to do. With all the damage you've been dealing yourself with drugs and alcohol, I'm not surprised. What else? I'm not a brain doctor. Look on the bright side. You've got a whole new life now. Use it wisely.
It's hard to say if he doesn't believe you or doesn't care.
That's because you're hungover. Even the radio waves coming from your direction smell like liquor. Do you feel like your eyes are twitching too? That's the tiny vessels pulsating from high blood pressure, stupid officer. You might be sustaining permanent damage to your vision as we speak. Not the busy kind. It's not life-threatening, just annoying for you. I've got more important things to do here, and you survived it. Congratulations. Are you mobile?
Sort of. but by God does it burn in your chest.
Even better. Anything else? I wouldn't worry about that. Officers your age have coronary trouble all the time. Also, death is a natural part of life. What? You want me to do blood work for you again? Tell you just how bad things really are across the board? You want the real, honest-to-God truth? Stop drinking, eat magnesium and vitamin D. Our station is not a retirement home. We don't have the funds to deal with rock stars past their prime. And no, I don't want to hear a political commentary on the topic. In fact, I got work to do. Some idiot has glued his eyelids shut with cyanoacrylate.
It's not fucking cryoacrylate.
Cyanoacrylate is superglue.
何でも知ってる。こんなもんか。
Anything else I can help you with, officer? Of course. What is the number, officer?
Yes, hold on. Her number is 005 1944 298.
Received. Hold on, officer.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi slowly begins to tap a little rhythm
一
with
緒
his
に
right
リズム
foot.
刻むことになった。
Quite a lot of time has passed.
Officer, I have Sylvie Malaika on the line for you. Yes, hello? Oh, right. Hello, officer. What can I do for you?
There is no resentment in her tone. She wants you to ask her out. No question about it.
No, not me. What? Of course it bothered me. But I thought the union already knew about the court. No one calls the police. The union would get angry. You know, what the union says goes. People listen to them and they take care of their own, which is like everyone here.
Legally, no. In reality, yes. Martinez is de facto policed by the dock workers union.
I didn't want to get in trouble with the others.
Push her further. Show her the error of her ways.
The other people who live around here. Local people, You don't live here. You don't understand. Squealing is frowned upon here. Everything is dealt with, well, by the union,
めん
internally.
どくさ。
Please, I just didn't want any trouble. You do? Oh. What else can I do for you? No, sorry. I don't. Not a lot of people have phones around here. Copper thieves take the wires. People don't have the money to have the cables put in again. They use the union's phone, or the one on the coast.
So the union has a phone, and there's one further down the coast. Got it.
It was someone else. We'll find them sooner or later, officer. It just might take a while.
Yeah, go on. Yes, I know who you are. You're a police officer. The law.
This exact conversation has happened before. Establishing authority before this young girl seems to have been important to you in the past. Don't go there again.
You told me back in the whirling. You told everybody, and showed us your badge. I don't need to hear about it anymore. Oh, no, I haven't, sorry.
Real policemen have uniforms too, by the way. Where's yours?
あ、死ぬ。
Despair creeps into you, getting fat on your weakness. Whatever noble intentions you once had as a police officer, you're still coming up with sentences. That's a step up from total annihilation, right?
Fuck me? Please leave the rage you have for us.
Nothing you can say would make you feel any better now. Cop gives up the detective genre for social realism. Another police officer resigned from the RCM following a nervous breakdown. He now lives under a bridge, drinking and occasionally throwing excrement at passers-by, shouting, "I never loved that woman." When asked to comment, former colleagues objected to the theory that his psychological disintegration was precipitated by his...
やっぱ別れてるよ。めんどくせえ。そんなとこで心折れるか。いやでも一番新しいところからやり直すしかないよ。どの地点よこれ。
You're alive and well. Don't keep me waiting now. What's in there? Oh. What about?
オッケー。取ってこよう。このゲームのオートセーブそんな信用しちゃいけないってことが分かりました。
Before you, vapor emanate. This must be in the cabin. You are welcomed by a set of steering levers, a radio microphone on a hook, a pull-out toolbox under the frequency tap, the soft perk.
Hello, Alice.
Operating the radio is easy. Just be confident. You've probably done it 1,000 times.
This is Officer Alice Demetri, Precinct 57. How may I assist you? It will take just a moment.
Her voices fade out. He's carelessly chewing on a piece of hard candy.
Oh, it's you. With all the damage you've been dealing with, what else?
It's hard to say if he...
Firewalk? Do exactly that.
Self-immolation has been all the rage in Lomangpang for a while now, especially among university students. It is particularly popular in Koh Hoi, where such acts get the most press. Young religious people protesting on the Seraise government, which they consider to be oppressive. It's also got something to do with the encroaching Occidental influence. They already are. Anyway.
I'm the most serious person at the station, detective. That's because you're hung over. Even that's the time, the busy kind. And you survived it. Even better. And what? You want me to do blood work for you? You want the and no.
It's not.
Cyanoacrylate is superglue.
Anything else I can help you with, officer?
Nani 振ったっけ？これか。
Just a second.
10-2.
The man used
10-4, message received. 10-18, state your message, sir. 10-9, over. 10-4, message received.
Is it him?
Says he lost.
He what? He lost his badge?
This is communication. You mean your partner?
What is this? I'm his...
It's your partner.
Did he lose his...
Who lost his badge?
Dick? Fuck.
It's Officer Dick Mullen from the back.
Dick Mullen is not your name. It's the name of a fictional detective. Defend yourself. Immediately. They're laughing at you.
He's a asking you to...
Of course it's serious.
Satellite Officer Vicmar Conkers, losing your badge is... 10-4, I hear you, officer. I'm...
Fuck me.
What's going on?
Super Cup.
He lost his badge. He lost his goddamn fucking badge.
ああ、こういう選択肢先に出るんだ。
He lost a badge.
10-9, come again. I didn't get that.
New heights even for...
Ask him.
Sergeant Orson wants...
Check your pockets. Check. Okay.
10-9, come in, officer. Did you get my...
Lying over the phone, it's easy. Just say it like it's the truth.
今回は余裕だ。
Then it becomes it.
He says he didn't.
Thank God. Losing his badge.
We're all glad to hear you've not lost your gun, officer. You need further assistance? Over.
Wait. Before you say anything stupid, you're going to be...
10-4, sir. That's a negative, sir. I got 10-12 visitors present here. Over. 10-4.
Does he actually...
Yes.
For God.
Sir, Satellite Officer Vic. So, was there anything else? 10... no, sir.
What?
He wants...
What of? Tell him to...
What do you need? 10-9.
What?
He seems...
Mullen's drunk and...
Wrap it up. Don't indulge in his drunkenness.
Understood, sir. Over. 10-4.
What does he want?
He's asking...
Is he...
I don't...
Don't give...
Right. That's a negative on the additional funds, sir. Over. He says
he is...
requesting... He said...
Well...
Vicmar said...
What is it?
Did you want anything?
He's trying to keep you from further embarrassing yourself.
Let us address them now, sir. Over. Roger that. 10-10. Over.
A metallic...
Take what?
He's clearly the pry bar. Useful for opening all. It's rubber. Lets you see the handles are long and slick. The pull-out toolbox slides. The white suede feels luxe as you tap on...
There's no use.
Translate. Alternative translation. Don't even think.
で、セーブしよう一回。おい。あ、これか。
Guillaume Le Million. Bad news. Guillaume Le Million did not become a cop.
Disable.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone,
こまめにした方
pull-out
がいいな。
toolbox, and the soft glow of...
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Of course. What is the number of the
Yes. Hold on. Her
そ
number
うっ
is
すね。
005-1944-298.
黙々とやっちゃうわ、これは。少なくとも新しいことに没頭できるのはいいね。
Received. Hold on.
一緒に叩く
Give
か
it a。minute. She might be busy at the moment.
お前さっき叩い
Get to the phone.
Officer? Yes, hello? Oh, right.
There is no resentment in her tone. She wants you to ask her out. No question about it.
No, not me. What? Of course it bothered me. But no one calls the police. You know.
Legally, no. In reality, yes. Martinez is de facto policed by the Dock Workers Union.
Push her further. Show her the error of her ways.
The other people who live around here. You don't... Please, I just didn't want any trouble. You do? Oh. What else? No, sorry. People don't have...
So the union
It was someone else. We'll find them sooner or later, officer.
Yeah, go on. Yes,
This exact conversation has happened before.
Oh, no. I haven't, so...
Real policemen have uniforms too, by the way. Where's yours? Right. It's better to not ask too many questions, lest people start thinking you're a cop or something.
Please, no. Not this again. Everyone saw your cool gun, detective. You were trying to impress some people with it. Everyone was eating, and... you were waving it around in everyone's face, begging them to describe it. You said it calms you, and then you started making suicide jokes.
Oh, those again. I have been trying to wean you off them. You know, when you put your gun, your actual gun, on your temple and pretend to shoot your brains out, off of that, people don't like that.
こいつさ、なかなかめちゃくちゃな人格な癖して、冷静な演劇とかそういうだいぶ冷静な思考回路も持ってるよな。
I remember this. You were screaming things like, "My brains are all over the wall, painting them red. I won't be seeing it, 'cause these are my brains. I can't see without my brains." Very nice visuals there.
Me neither.
There is silence on the other end of the line.
No, please, no more...
There are way more inventive ways than a gun to leave this world.
No idea. All I know is next you were waving around money instead, saying things like, "Big bucks cannot lie," and "Guns can't buy money." It almost looked like you pawned it. But believe me, I did not ask.
Despair creeps into you, getting fat on your weakness. Whatever noble you're still coming up with sentences.
I don't dispute that you have been charged with protecting the people of...
Nothing you can... Cop gives up the detective.
すぐ死ぬ。
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57, of course. What is the number, officer?
Yes.
Receive.
Give it a minute.
Officer? Yes, hello? Oh, right.
There is no resentment.
No, not me. What? Of course, no one calls... You know...
Legally, no. In reality, yes.
Push her further.
The other people who live for... You don't live... Please, I just didn't want... You do? Oh. No, sorry, people don't...
So the union...
It was someone else.
Yeah, go on. Yes,
This exact conversation has happened before. Establish...
You told me... Oh, no.
Real policemen have uniforms too, by the way. Right. It's better to not ask too many questions, lest people start thinking you're a cop or something.
Please, no. Not this again. Everyone... You were trying to impress some people with it. You were waving...
Oh, those again. You know, I remember this. You was...
Me neither.
There is silence on the...
No, please.
There are way more inventive...
No idea. It almost looked like you pawned it. But believe me, I did not ask. You mean, why did I leave the bar?
Why not?
Let's just say I left because I needed to get away from someone. You know whom? What? No, why would you even think that? Please, don't bring Gar into this. I already said I don't want to talk about this. You're messing everything up again. I do hope so. Please, don't call me again. Bye.
Yes, you have obviously done something to upset her at the Whirling in Rags, when she was still working there.
共感もなかなか出番多いよな。
You were so drunk and so emotional all the time, and then the skewer thing happened. It just made me want to quit. The stuffed bird. the great stewer. You threw it against the wall while screaming, "Fuck that bird," and laughing like a maniac. I think you said it had been giving you shit ever since you got there. It was a pretty bird, there since I started working in whirling. I really liked her. Yes, obviously. You were the worst client I've ever seen. And I had seen so many assholes.
記憶失ってよかったかもしれん。
I've had sailors fighting, union guys grabbing my ass, kids stealing booze. Once a guy was glued to the karaoke machine every night for 2 months. But you... Well, you were worse than all of them. Honestly, you were getting borderline aggressive. Even about little things like not turning down the volume at 3 a.m. I even liked one of those songs you kept listening to on repeat. No more. I hate it now. We Go On by the O.O. I can't listen to it anymore. You've turned it into a parody. To hell with that song. Then there was your room. Your project. An experiment to see how bad it can get in there. I tried to send the cleaner, but you wouldn't let me, threatened to make me understand. I had no idea what you meant, and I don't want to know. And then you screamed something about how you're a piece of shit human being, and why does anyone even let you work as a policeman? That you'd fire yourself, but you can't even do that. And then I had to deal with your toilet, the one you clogged with police documents, causing water damage downstairs in the kitchen. I won't even mention you waving your gun around, harassing customers, threatening to sing karaoke.
こいつのカラオケやばいかもしれない。歌わせちゃいけないかも。
The ones I had to wrench out of your toilet. Damn it, I don't remember what I did to your damn papers. I don't remember every little thing I do. Especially when there's a hurricane loose. It's your fault for losing them, not mine.
Something in you wants to immediately forget about this, as if there was a reason you threw them away.
No, you really weren't. You were simply the worst. God, I knew I shouldn't have brought it up. Just try not to call me again, and let's pretend it never happened. Wait, really? No. This is absolutely not true. I like Guard. I really do. No. I was actually flattered. I've always liked him. It was just bad timing. With the corpse and all that.
There's a pause. You can almost see her on the other side. The telephone cord coiled around her index.
I didn't know what to say to him later. Then you came and destroyed the place. So I left without explaining. Okay, but please don't mess it up. Please don't take out your gun or something. All sorts of things. From disco, rock too. So much disco and rock. Yes, that's the one you like to sing along to the most. The later it got, the more that one came on.
Interesting. You still have to find a copy though, before you can blast it.
迷惑行為は改める気がないな。
You hear a sigh of relief on the other end of the radio. Wordless, the call breaks. Then...
Anything else I can help you with, officer? 57's over and out.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers.
いや、進んだ。
Hey, so we've been monitoring you internally, and now we know your Copo type. Yes, guess what's yours? Yes, sorry cop. The cop who's sorriest. Let's make it official then, shall we? You know, Apocalypse, Superstellar, the Advanced Interesting Cop, Liquid Shadow Cop. But you're too sorry to say those things. So, here we go? What? Jealous of the sorry cop? I think they'll be fine. Don't worry. They'll be super, super fine. It'll be totally okay. You can dual copotype from sorry to anything. No, you don't. Come on. You'll be back to saying sorry in 2 minutes. Stop wasting time and begin the repentance. Wow. Okay. Fuck off. Maybe we were wrong about you then.
話に行ってやるか。あとはまあ鍵も必要だしな。なんかいる。会話が多い。じゃあ報告してやるか。
Can I help you? Wait, what? But what about the bird? Yes, the bird. I found it lying on the floor with a broken wing the morning she left. Why didn't she just tell me that? I don't care about stuffed birds. I care about my employees.
息をするように隠蔽してしまった。
All right. Did she say anything else about me, you know? Did she say anything about me? Really? I should give her a call then. Thanks, I guess. Was there anything else you wanted, or...
何あげよっかな。半軸。うん。演劇好きなんだよな。次なんかネクタイあげるか。
Mine? No, it belongs to the Whirling in Rags.
Thank you for clearing that up. Why do you keep the container locked?
Why? To keep the hobos and drunks out. That's why. And the neighbors too. They put their trash there and they don't pay for the garbage company.
I thought as much. And are you the only party with access to the trash container?
Well, yes. Us and the garbage disposal company.
It seems a little callous, doesn't it? Something stirs in you. Prod at him and find out.
Callous? What are you, Kras Mazov? Almost all establishments in Revachol keep their trash locked. The Whirling in Rags is not special in that regard.
Krasmazov, nom de guerre, was an economist and a historical materialist. He was a leading figure on the Grad side of the Centennial Revolution, where he headed the 9-day government. Mazov is considered the father of scientific communism, Mazovian thought, or Mazovianism. He killed himself.
No one was implying you were, officer. Where were we?
What do you need them for?
It concerns the case. Please cooperate.
Just bring them back once you're done, please. What thing? Yes, not the whole damn union, thank God. Just the nastiest and loudest faction. They come here in the evenings. Dumb, unruly types. Think they're big shit. But they're good customers. They place big orders and always pay on time.
We should find out who this Lord faction is, occupying the booth. Loudness means talkative, and we need info. We don't. We have to wait. They'll show up sooner or later. Men get hungry, even striking men. If not today, then they'll be here tomorrow.
死体が吊り下がってる店にでも人が来るのか。
There are these things called days. You sleep between them. He's saying they'll come after you've slept. Just making clear you got that.
What?
By the way, you should come back to this thing-based questionnaire if you see anything interesting in the whirling later.
Another thing. Great. I love... Yes? Yes. Have you got it? For the room, 60 real. Like what? I was really enjoying talking about the money you owe me. Absolutely out of the question.
Absolutely in the question. First we find a sad
この感情、帝国、冷静にやばいやつだな。
Your body is ready, sire.
演劇も冷静にやばいな。
A thin man is smoking below an exhaust hood, occasionally sipping from his mug. As you step in, he nods toward the table and says something in a completely foreign language. The only words you can make out are Garancy and Kubek. Okay, it's definitely not his name. Whatever you do, please don't call him Garancy Kubek. Please, it's not funny. The man puts his cup down and replies something, his left hand drawing arcs in the air. He smiles and bangs his ladle against each of his pots in turn. It's almost like music, especially with the sounds of assorted dishes boiling and simmering on the stove.
雑談しただけ。
You see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimple lock. It's painted blue. The cobalt blue surface feels rough to touch. The stainless steel door is flush with its frame on every side. It leads to a side building, adjacent to this one. The old building next to this, half ruined. The door does not budge.
You do? It's a door in the back of the kitchen. Why do you care where it leads? Yes, I suppose it's worth seeing if we can get in. Just to be thorough. as a side investigation. Gart is the person to ask about this, the cafeteria manager.
上と。
Can I help you? Another thing. Great. Oh, yes, that door. Sure. There's nothing mysterious about it. No, I don't have a key. I don't know how to get there. And I don't care either. Or some boring storage space with a bunch of old junk. And
He's attempting to maintain an air of indifference. It's absolutely not convincing.
fine, okay, a little. But my job doesn't leave me time for wondering about one locked door in one of the cafeterias I manage. So I haven't opened it. I have cleaned the whole place 100 times over, though, after the animals. And I haven't found a key, so good luck with that.
どうやって見つけるか。
Yes?
ああ、でも懐中電灯を取ってきたから店の中のあれいけるな。
You see a set of tattered. You see a dip. A heavy door with a missing handle stands before only an echo. After exerting some force, you...
Detective. What is this place? Yes, but no one's been... I doubt the electricity still works.
An eerie feeling rises in your chest.
Yes, because it's no need to look.
取り出すか。ああ。ゴミ見てなかった。まあ後からでもいい。金。
A barbell lies on it 60 kilograms. There are no collars on the barbell.
You're right. The weight may fall off. Better not touch it then. It would be a violation of EPIS safety regulations if the gym was still operating.
怪しい。まあホラーにはしてこないだろう。
Your flashlight slides over an old green chalkboard covered in scribbles, sketches, and schemes. Some of the writing has faded with age, but you can still make out sections here and these lithe, pointy-eared creatures appear to be different type, translucent welkins, with organs shining under them. You should adopt one of those welkins as your persona. No longer a mere man, but a welkin. One of the welkins, towering among the rest, appears to be different, however. It's Vara Hamira, a high welkin, his face white and scarred like cracked marble. This is clearly a welkin. The Haldor, the Twarg, the humans, and even headless men, all of them, purged.
An inordinate amount of time has gone into drawing these little welkin creatures. Some people really like building a world, I think, even if it's just for a game. This looks like concept art for a project. It's not really real. Political commentary. That one has a great beard too. Just look at those details. So much effort.
The photo collage depicts barren, icy landscapes wrapped in perpetual. Entire oceans have been frozen from shore to shore. There are pictures of setup. You see primitive oil rigs built into glaciers, boreal dvorg, yurts under the sea. Albeit dark and cold, this vision also feels cozy in its own way, like eggnog, or more. A pinned postcard reads, "The heat death scenario, a desperate fight for geoth." This is a monthly calendar from the year 50. Cryptic words like sprint, daily minimi, and GPI. Minimi stands for a mini meeting. It's part of a bigger framework. As time goes on, the numbers in the boxes grow rarer.
Looks like they didn't make it.
A note in the bottom left corner of the chalkboard says, the handwriting is only partly legible, but you can still make out 3 slogans.
経験値もらえただけ。
This old fireplace is covered in lines drawn in blue and red marker. The mesh, the whole thing resembles Kadran mosaic tiles. Very pedantic. History classes, students with their textbooks open, studying the roots of our civilization. Radio frequencies, it seems. UKV 123.6. Unclear. It looks like a cardiovascular system split into veins and capillaries. Very advanced. You think so? The web is comprised of radio stations, all lead back to one red heart, titled the Game Master Frequency. A note says, this was someone very important, the leader of a massive on-air game built by these people. A conductor for the hundreds of story threads that pass through the game. Whoever decides to call in to a call-in there's no way a little basement studio working here.
My God. It's as if the less money they had, the more ambitious their project became. The schedule. I know doom when I see it. The company was running out of funding.
Nothing. It's just lines on marble. An echo from... This appears to be some kind of machine with a cube-shaped heart.
A radio computer. Just sitting here without anyone inside. We have one of these down at the station, but I never really learned how to use it.
The machine lights up like some prehistoric animal stirring from its slumber, revealing fluorescent play and print keys on the keyboard. It's empty like a beehive without its brood. Some cables have been left dangling. The filament you have would fit perfectly inside the compartment. Like a smooth draw, the filament slides into place. On the keyboard, the play key starts blinking. bar of fabric right above the keyboard starts producing a soft hum. The static gets louder, slowly filling up the abandoned.
Good afternoon. Fortress accident en rue de Saint-Ghislaine. This is East Insulindian Repeater Station 1. Please repeat. Is this the production schedule? The filament you have inserted into the reader. Yes. Is that the production schedule? Good. Please repeat the password.
Password? Of course it would have a password. That's why there's a human administrator involved.
No.
A hint system is not part of the protocol for repeater stations.
Still no. I am contractually obliged to protect the privacy of the filament holder for stress accident.
I'm afraid we are not doing that, unless we want to wait for a month.
Now, can you please repeat the password? Received. I will register this login attempt.
Don't worry. Passwords have a way of turning up.
Fortress accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today? Fortress accident is the company on whose name the top. One moment. Fortress accident SCA produces revolutionary interact.
That's not bad.
Any other questions? Yes, I am alive. I am 74 years old.
She repeats passwords. Programming people are all paranoid.
I work as a repeater at the East Insulindian Repeater Station. It's my job. As for me, well, I am sitting in my cubicle, surrounded by a wall of... Now, please tell me if there's anything else I can do for Fortress accident. Thank you, and...
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering, casting the framework in a soft glow. Fluorescent play and print key. Nothing happens.
もうちょっと探索が必要だな、これ。いうか、なんだおりゃ。
Okay. What do you think is going on?
本筋とは間違いなく関係ねえ。
No, that's not it. I think it looks like one of those popular pen and paper role-playing games. Only these people were trying to automate it, make it work on radio computers. Through call-in stations, none of the players have to be physically present. Anyone in the world can participate in the game, as long as they have a two-way radio. Then there's the Game Master frequency that listens in on the smaller call-in stations. I think that was supposed to coordinate the stories.
His fascination has swept aside other concerns. He's a little hooked.
ゲームの中でゲームの話しとるわ。
Not to my knowledge. They make automated games in Grad, Messina, Königstadt.
Not in Revachol West, among the ruins.
But I don't think anyone has attempted to create an inter-isolary game before. We just don't have the technology. Indeed, those Welkins are a dead giveaway. Role-playing people love that stuff. The world looks like a modified version of the we were.
Super cool. Someone should give them millions of real immediately.
No idea. They stopped filling out the schedule on the chalkboard. Indeed, it's ambitious and untethered from reality, but... Ah, yes, the doom of bad business practices. Okay, let's keep moving.
細かい経験値が稼げる。なんじゃここは。マグネシウムはありがたい。
You terrifying ice bear with the bear looks oddly realistic. Is it taxidermy? The lieutenant doesn't answer. His eyes are glued to the animal. A sharp slice of light shines out from its mysterious belly. A gust of freezing cold air rushes to greet you. You hear the lieutenant takes a peek inside. His hand has found the holster of his gun.
Of course, just a giant ice bear-shaped fridge. Let's take a look inside.
The shelves are empty. All you see are crumpled ice cream wrappers with the brand name, Revachol Ice City. A handwritten note has been attached to the... You pocket the note and the little fridge magnets keeping it on the door.
You've acquired an interactable item. Investigate this item further by going to the Interact tab in your inventory.
A friendly cartoon bear smiles back at you from a glossy cellophane wrapper.
Good question. It looks like an ice cream fridge. I know. What an unfortunate marketing choice. What is even worse, the bear is still costing them money to this day.
The fridge buzzes with energy. The electricity bill on this thing must be cat.
これでパスワード溶かされたりしそう。
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it pitch black.
Looks like it. Looks like an old central furnace used to heat the building. It's connected to the chimney. No one has used it in ages. No signs of any recent fire.
It's dark and grimy here. In the darkness you can hear chatter. It's coming from above.
What are you doing? Wait, really? We should investigate, see if someone's upstairs. You're right. The rooms do look like they're connected, but malignant entities don't exist. At least not the supernatural kind.
Always has to be the skeptic, this man.
そんなに能力割く必要あるか。
A lush layer of coal now covers. Maybe you could paint something with this coal. Leave a cave painting for future archaeologists. No, that would be stupid. Something breaks loose in you. A mighty bellow echoes throughout the chimney's depths.
うかつだったかも。
The chat.
Hello? Did you say anything? I can't hear you. Please come upstairs. There's a safety curtain on the second floor. I'll open it.
You hear a low rumble upstairs. The sound of a curtain being pulled aside.
After you, officer.
Getる必要なさそうだ。
Two cables are plugged into the breaker box. The red one leads to the ice bear fridge, and the black one to the ice cream maker nearby.
シンプルにいいもん手に入れたの。
A few bricks have fallen off, revealing a compartment behind the wall. It's too dark to...
Seems like an old bunker from the revolutionary period. Look at all there is, yes. And there also appears to be something inside the hole. Interesting. Do you want to take a look?
Your hand reaches deep into darkness and spiderwebs. Rummaging around, you find rusty rifles hidden away.
Are these any good?
Most of them are rusty and inoperable, like the rest, but one catches your...
That's a rare sight.
うわ
Seems to no longer be functional.
銃を手に入れてしまう。
Beautiful thing in its own way. It means there are firearms, albeit inoperable, still lying around in Martinez. It's an interesting...
He likes this find.
Taka. 持てねえ。
A thick layer of cold. Two cables are plugged into the brick. Something close to you died.
Why did you do that?
The lieutenant raises his brows, but doesn't say anything. An electric sizzle. The room is slightly quieter now. Somewhere, a machine hums along with the current, happy and contented.
ちょっと待って、どうやっていくんだ。なんか開けたとか言ってたよ。こっちか。
Yes?
なんかいる。
Hello, I'm Nia. Did you try knocking on my window? I must have missed you. I've been listening to my Melius. So what kind of dye are you looking for?
She's got a direct view to the backyard. You should interrogate her about the lynching.
Yes, Amelia is like a call-in station. You need a two-way radio to access one. That's why I have these. Mostly, they just teach you to swear in different languages. But some of the stations can be quite interesting. I was so absorbed, I must have missed you knocking. Then how did you get inside? By the south entrance? You know what? It doesn't even matter. What matters is that you're finally here. Let's talk dice. Did you have something specific in mind? I'm a novelty dice maker. Tell me the name of your role-playing system and I'll make the die you need. That's why you're here, yes?
Role-playing games? You know the one made by Fortress Accident. Does that count?
How strange. Well, if you're interested, my rate is 10 real per set. Unless you want something really unusual. Take a look around and see if there's any particular stone you want to use.
It almost looks as if the stones and dice are a natural part of the room, growing out of the shells like stalagmites. No falsehoods are present. She's a novelty dice maker and doesn't have anything to hide. Ask what you need.
How did I become one? It was a business decision. Some of my friends were role players. They asked me to make some polyhedral dice out of cobalt. Not especially. I like working with rare materials and a steady pay. And role players as customers? They're
本当
nice
です
people.
か。なんか、まともな人間にはできないぐらい時間を食う趣味だから、やってる奴らは異常者しかいないって聞いたんですけど、そのジャンルのゲーム。
Some of those nice people have big bucks to spend on novelty items.
We're inside the chimney of an old central furnace. It's strange, I know. But when I arrived here, all the other rooms were taken, so I had to build myself a makeshift home. Besides, I don't really have to pay any rent here, so that's a plus.
Creative.
I've heard the stories, but I don't think those stories are true. It's just capitalism. We only hear about tales of success, so it's often surprising to realize how many ventures actually fail. Plaisance, the bookshop lady? I've heard that her business is doing rather well. Have the energy spared her somehow? Oh, right. But it's not just the bookstore that's still up and running. What about the whirling in racks? Some people say it's part of the building complex. You could say so. Both houses were built at the same time and under the east of the Commerce Central project. And then there is me. I've been here for 14 years, selling novelty dice to role-playing enthusiasts. Not exactly a million real business idea, yet somehow I've survived despite the talk of malicious energies.
Maybe it's just because she's so talented that she's been able to woo the curse.
Malignant entity? What does that even mean? Some kind of sorceress? What about you, officer? Do you think I'm the malignant entity? Is it now? I've always thought it's a rather mundane and boring place with no supernatural surprises in sight. Well, If you ever find a way to explain all those inconsistencies in the curse, let me know.
That's all she has to say on the subject. She's been thorough and truthful, as far as we can see.
何これ
More or less. Are you interested in anyone specific?
Oh, quite a lot of them spring to mind.
Yes, I think it was called Androgynous Orlando or something similar. They weren't a big hit around here. Turns out...
A bit of experimenting every now and then. It's not about the haircut. It's about the confidence.
I guess it just wasn't the time yet. It wasn't merely a gym, it was Artemiteps Boxing Club, a community project created to steer at-risk youth away from drugs and crime. A kind man from Zemsk. I heard he had some trouble with the law when he was younger, and that's why he wanted to start the gym. Kuno. Who's Kuno? Oh yes, you mean the kid with the sailor's mouth? Yes, I've heard him yelling profanities in the backyard. I think it would take more than a gym to help that kid. It didn't. If anything, it made the youth situation in Martinez even worse. At some point, someone started a rumor that the...
You should have known it.
役所が怒ってる。
It's not really full of that. No one would store their drugs like that.
Eventually, the coalition took away the funding and the club went bankrupt. Oh, this one's a mess. There used to be a company that promised to repair windows 24 hours a day. What could go wrong? Turns out, the business was actually set up as a front for an illicit group that was producing snuff milias.
What's the snuff milieu?
And they never cleaned up the debris either. Now it's just littering the hallway and I have no idea how to get rid of it on my own. It's a sub-Rosa radio station that broadcasts real murders with real victims. Some people pay good money to get off on it.
Nothing changes in her tone as she says that. As if it's just another piece of information. What does she mean to get off on it?
Don't worry, the ICP has a separate division that deals exclusively with unlicensed sub-roses. This isn't our problem.
Good luck with that. It's not easy catching those perpetrators. You mean Mr. Fabron, the taxidermist? No.
But what drugs exactly?
もうドラッグの話に反応しすぎだろこいつ。
He got high on some weird taxidermy chemicals. I wouldn't recommend it to anyone. Eventually, they caused him to lose control of his bladder. The smell was awful.
Even you can probably do better than that.
There used to be a fashion atelier here, but I have forgotten the head designer's name. They were doing well for a couple of years, until the insect rights activists came. Yeah, the atelier didn't know it either. They produced a certain collection that used chitin among the materials. Apparently chitin is made in the Occident, where it's extracted from beetle wings. And you know how all kinds of political movements are big.
時間が過ぎていく。
Activists shut down
現実もそうだが。
supplier, which of course caused the price to skyrocket.
これが時間を食いすぎて異常者しかやってない趣味のまあ端っこぐらいにはあるゲーム。これが。
And, naturally, all the most fashionable tastemakers refused to be seen in chitin from then on. The atelier went bankrupt before they could finish the collection. Actually, insects do have brains. But yes, I understand what you're saying. I think the protesters took it a little too far.
As she shifts around, you notice several dead flies on the windowsill in front of her. Legs up. They're not moving.
Anything else? They were made by a company called Slipstream. After they pivoted from making rotor blades to... Honestly, I think it's quite funny. I think he's still sending out holiday transmissions from Tulula or Tiumotiri or Hashkor or wherever he is. Sure, it's illegal, but it's not exactly anything extraordinary in business.
They were just props. Why return them?
Fortress Accident, the radio game studio. They were an interesting bunch. We talked about role-playing systems. They certainly took their work very seriously. The usual, they ran out of money and couldn't get... Well, I did hear them talking at times. They seemed to believe they were historical individuals on some grand quest.
She sounds almost mocking when she says that.
Yes, but when the money started to run out, they just began to complain a lot about capitalism. In the end, they just didn't get it done. They didn't have enough willpower to produce something.
Showing up to work on time is hard. No, scratch that. Showing up to work at all is
電気価格がダメすぎる。
especially if you've been drinking.
And so is producing something extraordinary. Anything else? Oh boy, the fabled Revo Show ICT. You're in for a treat here. The place was owned by two guys who had some rather innovative ideas about marketing. The bear was one of them.
Indeed. What were the other ideas?
There was really just one, and it involved picking out the prettiest girls in the neighborhood and paying them 20 cents per hour to man the booth. And by man the booth, I mean slump behind the counter with a face that could maim you if you ever dared to disturb their bored magazine browsing. Oh, but they did. They did show up to work, and not alone. They were also acne-ridden girlfriends, and they already had the bear. The bear. Of course not. The bear was terrifying. No one wants ice cream guarded by a hostile apex predator. Eventually, Ravishow ICT lost the price war to its rival, Class A 5000. Class A 5000 sold caramel sundaes for only 5 cents a piece, out of regular fridges. You did what? Ugh, of course they left it plugged in. Even in death, the bear is costing them money. The taxidermist who made it said it was his vision beast.
Sounds cool.
Megatherion, a mega wild beast. It's an imaginary beast by telling you to do more drugs,
A wise and noble beast, guiding you toward the land where the streets are paved with drugs.
Do you? Well, anyway, now you know the story of the fallen ice cream empire. Anything else? Another failed business, perhaps? Oh, right. I hope you didn't try to ring me. I think none of those doorbells work.
The doorbell with the empty name card must belong to her then.
That's right. I haven't even written my name there. As I said, it's quite useless right now. It doesn't work yet. You could say so. Both houses were built at the same time.
If the Whirling is part of the same building, then it's part of the Doom commercial area.
Right. It used to be a gaming arcade. My advice, don't base your business on a fad. Hypnotism.
Agreed. Pinball is the worst.
It can't be true. They don't work here anymore. They've been gone for a year. Are you sure it was Slipstream SEA? Was it a woman? Maybe it was Plaisance from the books Tricentennial Electrics? It used to be a major electric company 100 years ago. Are you sure?
It was too real to be just a prank. Whatever happened, keep your cool. It's probably better to admit that it was a harmless prank.
Pranks can be eerie. Oh, the kids these days. We were just one of them, and now they're terrorizing us. No solidarity. Sure, I'm listening. I'm pretty sure it still doesn't work, but sure. What do you... Sure, I'm listening. Good. I hope it clarified things a bit. What else? Nothing really. I didn't know him.
The lieutenant looks at his notebook, then the woman under the large window.
Your window looks directly onto the courtyard. You're saying you didn't see or hear anything unusual last Sunday evening?
I'm sorry, detective, but as you know, I usually have my headphones on when I'm working. It shuts out most of the daily ruckus behind my window. Well, there's always something going on in the Whirling's backyard. During daytime, there are usually those kids. And lately...
She's heard of the murder, but did not see it, sire.
演劇優秀だ
But I
な。
never saw anyone during that fateful Sunday night, I'm afraid. I might have, but in this case, all I would have...
It's light here, but dark in the yard at night.
It's really hard to make anything out in the yard when it's dark outside. Besides, I rarely get up to look out the window when I'm in the zone. It's an odd profession, making dice for people. But I like it, and I prefer doing this to sit...
She nods.
Anything else, officer? Of course. Tell me what you have in mind. I think I have just the right one for you. You're a police officer, right? Here, catch. They're a gift from me.
A beautiful woman tossing you a gift. Whatever you do, don't overthink it. You overthink it. Your hands can't agree what to do, and the two dice drop to the floor and scatter in opposite directions.
Ah, down the drain, like your career. I apologize, officer. That comment was unnecessary. That one is made of bloodstone with a lapis lazuli inlay. The other one was the inverse. They were a set, you see, but it's a shame. They might have brought you luck. You definitely need luck in Martinet. Now, was there anything else?
日本語フォントって読みやすいように明朝からゴシックに切り替えられるみたいですね。
あー、それらしいけど、切り替えると、文字が重なっちゃうらしいんだよね。ちょっとなんか、最近追加された仕様がどうのこうので。文字が重なっちゃうから、切り替えないでって翻訳したやつのツイッターで言ってたわ。だからこのままかな。やるか。
You feel nothing. If anything, it's uncomfortably warm in here. She has begun to idly clean one of her carving tools with a dirty kerchief. The lonesome, long way home. Here we go. Home awaits. Walk past Station 41 and through the market, past the Boogie Street spearhead to the other side of the lake, the frozen eye at the center of the district. Then past the video rental store on the corner. There, at the end of a street lined with pine.
うん。とりあえず装備が増えた。まあ、だいたい回った。報告か。パスワードらしいパスワード。
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering. The speaker comes.
Good afternoon. Please repeat. Good. Please repeat the password. Received.
Don't worry. Pass.
Fortress accident. Thank you.
Tiles on the cube are.
じゃあね。
These shelves are overburdened with books from the same series.
Oh, crime! You're a police.
Crime fiction. These books, what's more, not a single mention of all the stress this shelves fill to the brim with crime novels.
Oh, crime! You're a.
The plaque on the shelf.
I would say the book is also very daring. Certainly.
You feel like you should get this one. Definite. Browsing through suddenly, a high-speed light next to Irv's. Next to that.
I really must. I'm sorry. I did not mean to.
Several the maps look old and faded. Your eye catches. It's not real. Still, it's detailed.
I'm sorry, officer. They're quite valuable. That old thing from when some.
The place does not look like a successful tourist trap, does it?
They didn't get that far. For some reason. A shame the project never got going. Would be nice if someone fixed Martinez up. All these ruins are bad. Always good to be informed of your surroundings.
とりあえず地図は買っとこう。
This bookstore, amidst the point of the book, and many others, it serves platitudes, wholeness. When it's up to your mind, the book, there's even a chapter.
I can't have you end up.
あ、一回見たから。セーブしとくか。
You're alive and well. Don't keep me waiting now. What's in there? In that? Yes, yes. How was it?
Tell her how ghastly it was. You know it's what she wants to hear.
そうだ、それっぽく言ってやるか。
I knew it. Oh, such horrors that have been thrust upon us. But what else did you find? Did anything survive? No, of course not. Have you located the entity? A novelty dice maker? Well, spit it out. Why does she need the dice? For some kind of sorcery? Sometimes they use the ankle bones of sheep. I don't understand. If it's not her, then where is the source of the doom?
The narrative she's built herself. It does need tear. She's squeezing on the pendant too tight. Just don't say you don't have any answer yet. To hell with it. Perchance you ought to just lie, sire.
Hmm. 乗ってやるか。
Oh, how horrid! Tell me, did you find a way to break the curse? Of course. I trust my Seminese wards and charms kept you safe while you perform the ancient rite. All that matters is that the energies are retreating. I can already feel the curse lifting. It will be a long time until we're fully... Thank you, officer. Truly, you've brought a better psycho-emanation to this humble bookstore, and that's no small achievement.
She so badly wants this to be over. She would have believed anything.
All right then. All's well that ends well. Should we return to our ordinary lives?
まあまあうまくいってスキルポイントももらえたと。何もらおっかな。肉体装置か耐久力だ。耐久力ってあれ HP か。内臓健康にするか。ほら。
健康診断派。
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for more books?
どうだったと思う。
痩せすぎ、汗。
わかんないよ。俺この暇な期間で体重を大幅に、いや人生で太ってた期間ねえよ俺。あ、でもちっちゃかった頃俺、いやでも記憶はないけど写真とかで見る分にはそれなりの痩せてはなかった気がする。まあね、太りようのない食生活をしてるんで。食事ってめんどくさいよな。もう嫌になるほど。
This Postla Vantorie mail collection box has been heavily vandalized with graffito.
部活で汗を流したあの頃お願いします。
The box
流
seals
してはなくもなかったけどね。
Eat shit pig, fucked by the coon, and Saint G with a crown have been scribbled on it. Jenny is a whore, and best set mailbox.
そんない体質で、笑い、とか言ってるやつに食ってるよう聞くと食ってなさすぎで。
言えんわ俺。 取り方わかんないわ。
The mail collection box seems
それしかないよ。
Thankful even. So do you. You shudder. Then you swallow.
なんか回復したんだけど。
This trash container is locked. The sliding lid has a padlock that says, whirling in rags. With a well-oiled crack, the lock pops open.
死ぬわ。
It should now be
いや
possible
マ
to
ジで食えな
simply
い。
raise
そういうなんか体に来るものをマジで食えない。バランスを取らなきゃいけなくなる。一回なんかジャンクなものを食った後、その後なんかまともに体に良さそうなものを食わないと体調に来る。
Don't. Maybe you shouldn't.
なんでだ?
Just a feeling. A warning from some part of you. The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic
トマ
waste.
トとか。
We're just in time. This hasn't been emptied for over a week.
You see milk and egg rest with one broken egg in it. Some pasta wrapper. Picking up the soggy packages somehow feels familiar. A box falls into pieces in your hands. Batiste Soleil cereal. There are plastic pasta packages below. And turbo noodles. Nothing of note, however.
なんだもん、トマトを塩かけて食うだけだから。なんだったらそのままでいいし。
オリーブオイルをかけよう。
体に良くなろうと思って食ってるのに。
Among the threadbare kitchen towels, something catches your eye. A pair of denim trousers. As the legs of the slime-covered jeans begin to unspool from the garbage, a rank corpse smell fills the air.
The victim's clothes? Cadaverine odor is faint. If these belong to the deceased, they were removed when he was still in the early stages of decay. Drop them in here, officer. Guitar marked blue jeans. Pockets empty or emptied. He wore them with a belt, too, a white belt. The loops appear stretched, but the belt is missing. That's it. Do you see anything else in there? I have another bag here.
Something slimy catches your eye. A drab, long-sleeved shirt, olive-colored, appears from the food waste, dripping with pus.
This is a military-type overgarment. No label or serial number. This is the kind of rib-knit shirt that's worn over light armor to conceal it in an urban scenario. Anything more?
The rest of the rags are just kitchen variety waste. A yellow old mug that catches your eye. But other than that...
All right. We should go to Gart again and ask if he knows who put the clothes in the trash. It could be as simple as someone from the hostel cleaning the yard. Or that one. I'd advise against confronting that force.
The fuck's he on about? Kids? You hear that, Kuno?
See? Not really. All we know is the victim's clothes are in the trash. The lid was locked, and his establishment had the key. It's just a small loose thread.
The lieutenant nods, then looks back into the trash container. It's just organic waste, Cold and slimy on your hands. Apple and potato peels mostly. Unidentified sludge and the occasional chicken bone thrown in for good measure. What's this? A blue piece of plastic sticks out from the apple peels. It's shiny. Looks like the corner of something. Something larger. A clipboard. A blue plastic clipboard with moist papers hanging from it. They look badly damaged, but you can still make out forms and notes, written in a man's handwriting.
Officer, is that your paperwork? It is. Look, the plastic has the RCM street grid on it. You've even got an autopsy form in there. If you don't mind my asking, how could you have let your paperwork end up in the trash? Well, lucky we found it. You should take stock of what remains, just to be sure some has not made it into the hands of the RCM's adversaries. Organized crime and the like. There might have been police secrets in your notes. It would also not hurt to start taking notes on the case. Now, tell me what your eagle eyes see. Or are we finished?
Some items, such as the ledger you found, are interactable. Go to your inventory and select the Interact tab to read your
튜토리얼
paperwork.
에이전트.
You pick out a broken mug with an oddly racist depiction of the yellow man frolicking in saffron. Only in its social sensibility.
Mm-hmm.
The container sounds a muffled gong.
SE 凝ってんだ。
That's one thing off the list. I think we got it all.
才覚がいる。後で上げてやんなきゃな。
Fuck does Kuno care? Kuno doesn't fucking...
セブ。
Fuck does Kuno care? The fuck about it? You're testing Kuno's patience.
Get lost!
Kuno doesn't... Fuck does Kuno care? You found Kuno's secret door to Kuno's secret shack. It was closed for 5,000 years. How the fuck did you get in? Shit. Get the fuck out of here. You can't do that.
You can't do that, Kuno.
Pigs can't displace. Can't do that teleport shit. How did you like it in there, pig old boy? Kuno's got a lot of cool shit there, right? Oh, that? Kuno decapitates pigs. That's just a Kuno demo tape.
What?
What is this shit? Fucking on yourself. This is weird
こいつにも
level
呆
shit.
れられた。
Kuno doesn't go there.
Fuck your shit back to normal. What is this?
Well played. No one saw that coming.
That's where Kuno gets his daily hit of electric. Kuno Shazam. Kuno rides the fucking lightning in there, pig.
Bet you'd like to ride the lightning too, wouldn't you? You feel tired and old, but you could have that sparkle in your eyes.
It's a vitamin, pig. Don't you know anything?
You could use some.
Yeah, it's the mag. You fucking need that shit to stay on top of your game. Kuno goes through like a tube a day, rips mag like a motherfucker, and you could use a bottle.
Oh, don't teach him, Kuno. He's gonna use it against you, Kuno.
You're not getting this, pig. It completely takes away the hangover. It's like you didn't do anything. Like you stayed home playing with your choo-choo.
Fuck you, pig. Don't do mag. You're gonna OD and you're gonna fucking die.
Is it? You got pretty fucked. Kuno's surprised you've still got your head after all that. Don't sweat it, drunk pig. Kuno will keep your nasty secrets. Kuno's not snitching.
He's saying you climbed up there. He probably saw you do it. Yet, that conclusively explains how the coke got up there.
Of course you fucking can. How do you think Kuno made all the docky boys his gimps? Just got Kuno nose. Kuno and C saw you shit yourself. It's okay, pig. Not everyone can face the fear Kuno style.
That's all there is to it then. Don't be a pansy. Just jump.
Good call, Pigmeister. Don't come and talk to Kuno about his kingdom. Kuno doesn't.
3% ってお前。
I'll die before I squeal, pig. I come from the woods, good Davidu. You don't want to go there with me. You
don't be traumatizing here. Get.
I'll die before I. What's this kid shit? Fucking mind games. I'd rather die than squeal.
Get the fuck out of here, face. You.
I'll die before I squeal. Murder was the case they gave me. I'll die before I squeal.
下ろしてやれないのか。
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below.
挑戦するか。セーブして。体格がマイナスになる衣服がこれか、これもだな。オッケー脱いでいくぞ。
A tarpaulin cloak is still caught on the railing. No one has claimed it for their own.
きた。
As you leap in the air, a chilly breeze engulfs you, sharpening your senses. Ankles tingling from the tension, blood roaring in your ears. You are ready for your rendezvous with the concrete pavement below. As the concrete floor welcomes you, you realize it's been a while since you felt so alive, alert, capable. Must be the adrenaline.
I knew you could do it. My climbing down might not have been as disco as your jump, but at least we can explore the harbor now.
With your feet firmly planted on the concrete, the noise of the harbor rushes back in. It's the ledger you found in the trash. A pitiful cabbage of white and yellow papers hanging from plastic board, barely held together by a metal clip. This sad display is made complete by the faint smell of urinal cleaner. There's a piece of toilet paper, or is it cleaning tissue? No, it's toilet paper, desperately sticking to the back of the blue plastic clipboard. It's a metaphor for you. It's just toilet paper sticking to the back of the plastic clipboard. You can take it off if you want. If you want it to be kitchen tissue, it can. It's not though. It's toilet paper. Cool toilet paper. I mean kitchen tissue.
何を使う？増やそうかな。悩むな。耐久でも増やすか。あ、でも視力あったら便利そうだよ。そう、3になるから。
It says, everyone look at me and my kitchen tissue covered cop ledger. I don't care. My ledger is droopy and it smells like a urinal. An aluminium block runs the width of the board, biting down on the paperwork. Its crocodile teeth are the only thing keeping the papers together. A regular pencil, the surface is interrupted by a silvery sticker. It's rectangular. It is similar to the RCM watermark on your blazer the lieutenant mentioned. Didn't he say something about the headlights of his motor carriage?
What? Yes, halogen watermark used for adding information to RCM property. It depends. Aside from an anti-counterfeiting stamp, mine has my station number.
Maybe yours will have how many cases you've solved.
Any capable light with the right wavelength will do. Yes, RCM vehicles have had lights tuned especially to reveal halogen watermarks.
This means you can read the watermarks if you just turn the lights on.
Okay.
While a bunch of sodden papers sag from the clipboard in your hand, it's a sorry sight. They're not exactly white. They're yellowed in patches by sunlight and alcohol, and covered in dense blue handwriting. Ink escapes. Once in a while, there's a red stamp that exclaims, "Case files commit to paper." The case files themselves are plenty. You count work, strife, poverty, the Jamrock Quarter. These are handwritten logs of investigations dating back to January 51, this year. It's the middle of March. You have attempted 2 cases a week on average.
Huh? 2 complex cases to undertake is a lot, yes. You really have to push yourself. I would not suggest it. Lest you... 2? That's a lot. I didn't mean to say you are making mistakes, by the way. That was presumptuous of me. It's okay. We all make mistakes.
Kimu.
Like a fan of gills, the checkered papers dry in your hand. The handwriting is extremely dense. Yes, it appears you employ a, shall we say, robust yet literary system. Each investigation had a title, one might say even. One that draws inspiration from snoop fiction and vespertine cop shows.
全部大文字。
Yes, all caps. One is called The Next World Mural. Another, The Square Bullet Hole Murders. Others appear more light-hearted. The guys on a couch in an unexpected location, and the murder at the Uka Parlor. Even the rare article-free collapsing tenement. Murder features prompt. It's going to take an effort to piece these case files together, but it can be done. Once you're done inspecting them up close.
You mean the alphanumeric? Officer, precinct, time of arrival at the scene? Oh, you mean the titular? Yes, well, so do I. In our defense, almost everyone in the RCM does. It's a holdover from the early days of the RCM, right after the revolution, when the organization had little idea how to do things. It persists in an unofficial capacity. Again, in your defense, I seem to have named one, the man with the hole in his head. That was a real person. His death was real. Still, I named it that, to amuse myself. I pray his loved ones never find out. Rail spiked through the head. He died. It was a workplace accident.
There is, for precisely one more. 15 pages near the end remain untouched by the damage. The checkered grid forms a structure of passages. Once all the tasks are accomplished, the case is complete. Sadly, the ledger only comes with an old, worn-down lead pencil. It's unfitting of this monumental event. The lieutenant looks at his blue notebook. 2 fat, shiny pens hang from the binder, like large caliber bullets. He is not really saying anything, just standing there, looking at them. Absolutely motionless at first, then animated slowly, imperceptibly even. The lieutenant begins to browse his notes again, leaving you to the case files. Onto the paper with a brash free hand, uncannily similar to the rest of the letters. Inspect the victim's body. Interview the cafeteria manager. It's not exactly poetry, but poetry would be out of place. A satisfying slash sounds across the paper. You're done, it seems to say. Things to be done and things already done. The composition of reality. This is an extremely useful...
No, actually. Any ideas? Great. That's great. That's actually what I was thinking too. The Hanged Man. Good, strong name. We have a very good name for the case now.
まあ、シンプルだよ。
I'm going to start calling it the Hanged Man. It's good we sorted this out.
You don't exactly close them, so much as distance yourself from the smelly papers. They're a little further from your nose now. In the back, you see thin, translucent copy of paper. Some then rip them from the binder and hand them out. 3. The topmost are misconduct fines. The middle ones are station. You don't have to be an intellectual giant to do police work. a monetary penalization ranging from 20 to 250, but they appear pleasantly vague. These are quite sinister in tone. They give a date and time for the person to appear at a dozen pages of thin copy paper, bright red in color, color of the irises, predation marks, condition of sexual organs. Yes, all that remains now is to fill those forms and hand them to people. The rest of the stinking cellulose is much worse for wear. Being sandwiched between the board and the rest of the paperwork must have. It's made of dark blue plastic, hard enough to beat someone to submission with. The edges are rounded, however. Something rattles inside, ever so permeables. It's not hidden per se. The compartment is made for permeable materials that would get damaged if something. The plastic shimmers like lapis lazuli, but it is not see-through. You cannot with your hands. You four-sized pages hang from the clip, screwed to the top of the board. The acidic stench of rotting food is rubbed off on the cellulose. It now forms the base of the experience. This base surrounded by a faint air of spoiled meat, the stuff of death itself. And
Tokyo.やば。ナルが装備みたいな同装備してんだけど、こいつ。おー、タンクトップやばいな。隠そう。セーブがしたい。これで。
The note is written with a blue pencil on a piece of lined office paper. The kitchen magnets have left spots on its surface.
来てたわ、俺。来てた。頭がスカルだっけ、骸骨のやつで、ナルガで、同装備倍かなってよな、確かなんかが。来てたわ。来てたわ。
Does it say anything interesting?
This is tangential at best. But the lieutenant's detective instinct is still active. Someone has scribbled S. I can't believe the off-site copy is still here.
当時の快性能はなんか輝いて見えたな。
So I had to hide it somewhere safe. You'll find the filament memory with the off-site copy in the frozen ice cream maker. Please take it home, ASAP. It's important. I'd do it myself if I lived in a civilized place with a freezer. Take care. Silly swaff.
Looks like someone from that radio game company upstairs. I'm a little surprised they just left their property lying here. That's a plausible hypothesis. It belongs inside a radio computer, storing its memory. It's like a tape. You listen to disco tapes, right? It's like... Really? You don't have a single guess? Oh, I'm sure that child would love to get his hands on a filament memory. Even if he doesn't know what to do with it, he'd probably try to pawn it for speed, based on our encounter. I don't know. I assume it's somewhere close to the iceberg fruit.
Didn't you see one right next to the breaker box? The worn map features the patchwork grid of the streets of mud. Your finger moves through the various, finally coming to a halt.
For a more detailed view of the map, go to your journal and select the map.
It's just a racist mug. What's there to read here? Oh boy, here we go. What are you going to say about a broken, tossed away mug that you dug out of the garbage? But it was in the trash. Why not just call it out when you see? It's just a... But it will not happen. The mug talk is exhausted. It is... It's the legend. Oh, and an incredibly cool piece. It's just toilet paper sticking to the back of the... Still wet, the toilet paper. I mean, kitchen tissue, sorry. Peels off the plastic easily. All you have to do is shake it off your finger, and voila, the ledger now looks... Yes, you can piece them together using the alphanumeric code on the margin. It always begins with HDB41, then date of initialization and time of arrival on the scene. Why yes, your precinct... Every last alphanumeric in the files begins with it. And these are your case files. It's safe to say HDB are your initials. I got nothing here either. Logic really isn't the best faculty to have this conversation with. It takes about half an hour to piece one together, using the system you've devised. Where do you want to start? This one is relatively easy to reconstruct. Overnight on 1202, a graffito. Cause of failure. Rent too high. The mural is enormous. 2 silhouettes. True love is possible. Only in people call it that thing and that fucking thing. The graffito crew is easy to track down. Only the bell lecturers have the literage of industrial paint to cover the surface. One of the graffito artists is rumored to be rich. They take risks. The case files do not show you finding the author. The crew agrees to clean up after themselves. However, your partner, JV, is against the removal, citing public support. The 9,000 people subjected to the mural's message, all of Lakeside, Central Jamrock, and Villa Lobos, plus half of the eminent domain, participate in the vote. Although the case begins with what appears to be a lot of rambling on the streets as to how juvenile and stupid the mural is, given a choice between 2 options. A staggering 78% of voters choose to keep it. Turns out the opposition were a loud minority, and that love truly is possible in the next world for new people, and it is too late for us. Did anyone ask you what you believe in, man with the smelly toilet ledger? What do you want to tackle next? Or are we done? AKA Leslie and Burke. AKA the public indecency drunk and the property damage drunk is a cursed case. It has been passed from unsuspecting officer to unsuspecting officer for 10 years. On January 29, the unsolvable case made its way to you. Why you accepted, you were so drunk you didn't remember what it was when you signed on. Leslie will always take his pants off when he's drunk. Burke will always trash everything. It's just what the only way for Leslie to stop flashing his genitals to bypassers and for Burke to stop dismantling signage and rear-view mirrors would be for them to stop drinking alcohol, which, in their you would think that, but you're wrong. Where's the fun in exposing your genitals or breaking stuff in your... Can you keep yourself off the streets? Threatening fines, dragging them to the station, locking them up in the hellholes they live in, locking them up in the station, hypnotherapy, even trying to get the local gang of Zemiak. It's plain to see from the files that you, Satellite Officer JV, and Special Consultant TH had more important cases to attend to. You uncover cross-reference to several ongoing investigations, each brought to a standstill every time you drive down Main Street. Because there they are, on the corner of Perdition. And what is Leslie doing? Good, you're learning. If the files are to be trusted, that's all there is to it. That and Burke breaking things, and the fact that they're both drunk. But then again, so are you. He must have it confused with the property he likes to damage. But the joke's on him. The officer is also drunk. Way more drunk than Burke there. And let's be fair, you also, in the process, the ledger sustains damage. The compartment within, reserved for permeable documents, is jammed shut. You stop your assault on the now unconscious Burke. He came at us, and at us. I think he was trying to kill Burko. While trying to kill Burko, you slowly come around. The permeables can't get out of his apartment, an invalid. With Burke to tend to, Leslie cuts back on the indecent exposure. Maybe he flashes, which is also why the officer responsible narrowly escapes a disciplinary hearing. The end. Do you want to read another one? Not much has changed in the meanwhile. A bunch of sodden papers still sags from the clipboard.
なんか上がってる。
The two sides of the board appear slightly misaligned, like a drawer that's come off its slides. The slides snap back into place. It should be possible to just, without resistance or sound, 2 ticket stubs and a handmade postcard. 2 octopuses are smiling, reaching their tentacles toward each other in the colored pencil drawings. The tickets permit access to the zoo in Revachol East. The aquarium costs extra. These let you go there too. You feel that thing in the back of your head, that little voice, that quiet scream. You already felt this was a bat. You've got business to deal with first. Talk to the union boss first, at least. I can't stop you for long, but there's just enough of an excuse now. The words just crossed your mind somehow. Who do you think? You. It's slightly, ever so slightly, difficult to breathe once you've done so.
アイテム1個の文章量じゃねえって。
This is the night watchman's booth. The name on the door. Listen, it's okay to take a few minutes to yourself. Sit down and have a breather.
いいのかな、こんなとこ入って。
An imposing combination of a punch clock and a payphone is looking down at you from the wall. A note on the side says, tokens are
メガネね。まあ今いらんかな。セーブしとこ
on second glance.
It's unfortunate for the Union to just leave their paperwork.
The drawer opens smoothly. Inside is hundreds of documents containing logistical data and the same materials being handed over to companies inside Revachol. Cool. It's hard to make sense of this thicket of company names, dates, quantities, and percentages. You try to focus, but the lines are getting blurry. Whatever's hidden here is hidden well. Concentration isn't enough. Only a trained accountant with a background in logistics. It appears to be a to-do list written, remember Leo, Everard's shoes, special whirling borscht, water Everard's plants. Sweet, all items on the list have been crossed out, and the note itself.
Everard Clare, probably, the head of the Debarders Union. One of his aides must have...
The special borscht seems a bit odd. What is so special about this borscht? Code for drugs? Booze? Blood?
薬中回路が反応した。
Remember, Leo, all items on the list. The drawer slides shut. The already familiar. The machine swallows your coin and seems to be waiting for your next move. It's unclear whether you actually have muscle memory. Right now, your finger is just drawing. Undoubtedly, no. Sure, why not? Nothing tricky about that. You just do, fail, repeat until it works.
あまりにも当てずっぽうだった。
Control panel with several knobs. 2 buttons marked Marsh and Arrête. Marsh. On. Arrête. Off.
照れていいもんなのかな。いや、やってみるか。
A rusting marsh. grind, the crane shifts overhead, moving a massive metal container through the air. With a surprisingly, the harbor sleeps as the strike rages in the distance. The crane can rest again, moving this container, of course. For this purpose,
I can't see how that was worth the wreckers, except for seeing the crane in action, which I admit was satisfying.
The crane does not return to its original position. It does not move at all. Before you stands a cargo container. Just one of many.
You do? Because I don't. There are 1 million containers here. Why are you fixating on this one? You just picked one out because you wanted to interact. We are not here to interact with containers. We are here to talk to the Union, right?
No reply. You attempt to turn the handle. To your left, the lieutenant considers your actions with some puzzlement.
これに 3% あるってどういうことなの？扉説得してみるか。
Why are you even trying to open a door with rhetoric?
だから 3% で何が起きたんだろう。
Because what wasn't an option? Now is not the time to get philosophical, detective. You can do that after hours.
Funny. 装備の防具の部位が細かい。
Container, I'll turn ya nice and red. Container, put the logos on.
The lyrics to this container song are... The accent is so thick, it's impossible not to notice he's Ubi. From
Container, used to be what...
セーブしたいな。
The lyrics, the accent.
Container, Everard, Everard, Everard. He looks after everyone. Huh? Well, hey there. How can I help you, mister? I see you are not a union man, mister. Did you get lost? You're not one of them scabs, are you? I mean, I don't personally mind. Folks is just folks, you know, and folks gotta eat. Just some of the other guys don't look too kindly on the scabbing kind, if you know what I mean, mister. Oh yes, born and raised in Irish, mister. Mum had to leave my dad after he got a bit violent. Took us here to the new world. People say us Ubies are up to all sorts of trouble with sheep and other animals and whatnot. I just want you to know that...
Thank you for clarifying that, sir.
Oh, I'm just making some covers for them containers here. Yes I am, yes I am. So it's easier for the crane operators to spot them.
Everything is so pretty and red. You and Leo look like brothers as you glance around with similar childlike wonder.
Sure is, mister. Sure is. Really livens up the place.
I had to break this bonding moment, but the red containers mean they are replacing the company livery with the union livery, which means this strike isn't gonna stop anytime soon.
Oh, most of the guys are down at the gates, keeping the scabs from coming in. We're on a strike. The whole union is. You don't have to work when you're on strike. Ha! We haven't worked.
So no one is working?
Not everyone is down there, of course. Mr. Everard is in his office, where he always is. And Jean-Luc is guarding the gate. But Titus and his boys got into some drunken trouble and Everard sent them on a nice vacation. For a week or so. Oh, I'm not really supposed to talk about that. That's union business. Him and his boys stirred up something in town. Probably drank too much and got into a fight or something. I heard Mr. Everett telling them to take some time off. I guess the boys got a bit too rowdy and had to let out some steam. I don't really know the details. That's just how boys are, you know.
Easy, Leo. Let's keep this on the hearties.
Look at him. It's not gonna be anything useful anyway. Don't fight it. Better to go with the flow. Too late. Leo's mouth is still moving, and the words are spewing forth. Now he's talking about some drunk sawmill owner who... No, he already switched to a prized fishing rod he apparently owned at some point. You know what? Just cut...
Yes, yes. Everybody needs a job, and this is mine. I'm Leonard, by the way. I'm like Mr. Everett's right-hand man when Mr. Edgar is out of town. And actually, Miss Beaufort is the right-hand man, but she's a lady.
Who is this, Miss Beaufort?
A real pretty lady with a skin like those Douai Sucre candy bars my missus likes so much. Them are real nice, but I can't listen to the radio all the time. There's so much to do around here, and I'm always busy keeping things running here. Yes, Oh, Lizzie, she is a real sharp tool. Mr. Everett put her through some fancy school and everything, east of the river.
He respects that word. That's obvious.
But she's a real nice girl. Grew up in this here neighbour. If me missus and me was to have a child, I'd be real happy if she turned out like her. Dr. Lemaitre said so, and she knows about such things. Been a doctor for all...
So Everett trained a lawyer named Miss Beaufort. Interesting.
Yes, this place really seems to run like clockwork. Keep it up, Leo.
Well, thanks a lot. Coming from you, it means a lot, really. Sometimes I feel some of the guys don't really get how much I bust my ass for them here. But you guys are alright. Oh, yes, yes. I leave all kinds of notes for myself. That old head of mine ain't so good at keeping... Oh, yes. I've been taking special whirling borscht to the men every day since the strike started.
ディスコンネクト、切断しました。
やりすぎてる。このクソ地味なゲームを。よいしょ。一応この話が終わるまではやりたいから、枠だけ取ろうか。疲れた。
切断しました。
とりあえず、もうやめるけど、やりすぎてるからもうやめるけど、こいつの話が終わるまでやんなきゃ。
It's very, very good. Makes a man feel so warm and happy. I feel like I could take on Mr. Renadan's boar dogs every time the lunch is done.
Power borscht, huh? Never heard of a borscht that turns little guys into dog fighters. Alcohol, however.
Yes, yes. I'm taking it to them. The borscht keeps them happy and in fighting spirits. Makes you all warm inside. They brew it in the whirling in rags. Oh, the whirlings cook. He makes it. Them is always talking with Mr. Manana in that weird language and laughing together. He doesn't speak what we speak. He's from Grad. Oh, sure, mister. Sure. You do that. Yes, sir.
He didn't actually understand what you meant, and now he's just nodding along.
Oh, that one. That should be empty as far as I know.
Told you.
Oh, you want Mr. Everard then? He's an awfully nice fellow, he is. Him and his brother are both nice fellows. They've lived their entire lives in this here neighborhood. Guys like Mr. Everard and Mr. Edgar, his brother, are real good guys. Made Martinez what it is today. Mr. Everard and Mr. Edgar and I... Oh, Mr. Everard is usually in his office, of course. But you gotta be quick if you want to see him. He leaves around 10 p.m. Bye-bye now.
オートセーブ入ったからセーブはしなくていい。
Before you is a walrus of a man seated behind a large desk. He looks up from his work, not the least bit surprised to see you. With great effort, he straightens himself up in his chair, yet says nothing. He simply stares at you.
Welcome, Mr. Dubois, Mr. Kitsuragi. It's good of you two to stop by. Please, have a seat. I'm Everard Clare, head of the Debarders Union here in Martinez. I'd offer you my hand, but unfortunately my health prevents me from getting up. You understand?
He looks extremely comfortable. The tiny folding chair, on the other hand, looks like a torture device.
You go ahead, detective.
Whatever he has in store for you, it can't be good, he thinks. I'll do my best. Forget about that. What's with this Dubois stuff? You're getting some seriously bad vibes from that name.
Excellent, Mr. Dubois. I can see that you're a reasonable man, and reasonable men can be of great use to one another. So tell me, how can the head of the Debarders Union help a representative of the Revachol Citizens Militia today?
The chair you're sitting on has got to be the most uncomfortable chair in the world. It's violating your backside.
Oh, by the way, I heard you got
椅子に座って体力減少ってマジ。
Some people have no manners. It pains me to say. This should take care of that nonsense. It should be sufficient to cover your expenses for a few days and patch over your differences with a cafeteria manager. Go ahead, take it.
Wow, that's 25 real. That's good money. You need it.
Yes, I know Lawrence. He's a real character. No union man in him. A real piece of work, that boy is.
With a grin, he points to the checker game. It's like you're on a game show. At least don't thank him for it.
Hmm, どうするか。まあ、急ぎで金がいるわけでもないしな。 りあえずサンク採集受け取んないでおくか。
Okay, okay. I respect a man with principles. No handouts then. Now, I'd like to set your mind at ease about one other matter. Your lost gun. Let me assure you, Union people are on it as we speak.
うわー、バレて
I've
る。
got my best hounds looking for that lost gun.
His slug-like lips move, but all you hear is an echo. Lost gun, lost gun, lost. The world is swallowed by a black hole of fear. Only 2 words escape its gravitational pull.
兵力削ってくれ。
Lost and gun. When he said, "Don't worry," he actually meant, "Be very worried."
I know everything, Harry. Right now, I know that you're worried. Don't be worried. Everything's going to be all right.
うわ、こいつ怖いな。
It's not like you left it loaded. You didn't lose a loaded gun. Local children aren't out there playing with it right now, pointing it into their own mouths. It's in a safe place. I just know it. I have a feeling everything's going to be all right.
It was loaded. There were 2 bullets in it. You always keep at least 2 barrels loaded.
椅子のせいで死にそうになっている。座んない方が良かったってことは。何にもいいことないじゃん。やってらんねえな、これ。君助けてくれ。
Officer, we will deal with this later. We don't need Mr. Clare's help with this.
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
うわ、もう一択だ。
Who does this guy
あ、
think you are?
マジ
Ronnie the rookie? You ain't worried about no lost gun, or unpaid bill, or forgotten name. You're the bad cop. You're
55出したぞ、俺。
than him. Fuck yeah. Remember when you tried the expression on that little minx in the silver jumpsuit? That was you. The fat man seems to be enjoying your rigor mortis grin. He shoots one just like it right back at you. Good. Now lean in with some corruption.
That we do, Harry. Let them say what they will about you and me. We're both born fighters. Why, thank you. It's always nice when a fellow professional appreciates your work.
That's it. Now kick back and add a final flourish for dignity.
You strike me as a reasonable man, Harry. I like that in a law man. Let's cut to the chase, shall we? What can Everard Clare do for you?
I think we'd like to ask you a few questions. Don't you think so, Detective?
Whatever you do, don't ask him about the gun first. You don't want him thinking you're scared.
Harry, honestly, I'm just relieved you didn't get a hernia. A man your age... did look like you were gonna collapse and die when I told you about your lost gun. Anyway, I assure you, I am a very well-informed man. Information reaches me before I even get the chance to request it. Of course, let us dispatch with the formalities. You call me Everard, I call you Harry. My God, so it's true. I didn't want to believe it, but you are a fantastic science fiction amnesiac cop, aren't you? What are the odds of that?
I think the odds of that are very low.
It might be a good idea to hide your confusion. I mean, see what his game is first.
お手並み拝見するのに下の選択肢選ぶべきかな。
So good to hear that, Harry. Apparently my sources were wrong. However, if you did have a spot of memory trouble, I could help you out with my big fat folder.
Words flow like a river of honey from his lips. I guess word has already reached him. No matter. No harm done.
Are you trying to tell me you've gotten hold of some of our documents?
Mr. Kitsuragi, would you mind? Me and Harry are talking about his lost identity right now.
Don't just jump to the folder. That's not smart. Shows you're on the edge. Do some probing first.
これどうするか。もう一度見たい、もう一度見るをしたら食いついてるって思われるかな。でもな、なんかスキルチェック関係あるから、上から選んでいくべきか。多分少し別のことについて話したいがあるから、多分総当たりできる類の選択肢なんだよな。いやでもなんか外すのはこれし、これ確率的に外すんだろうし、これでいいや。
As you look at the folder, Everard covers it with his hand and pets it. He's hiding it from you because it's not a real RCM folder. It's just another one of those brown folders you saw in the file cabinet.
やっぱ演劇有能だな。ただただ有能だわ、こういう厄介そうなやつが出てくると。
Okay, Harry, you got me. This is from the Census Bureau, not the RCM. Those Census Bureau people are absolutely corrupt. You should do something about them.
He got the name from the Census Bureau, and everything else from your actions here in Martinez.
Yes, Mr. Kitsuragi from the Census Bureau. Like I said, now I'm actually a very busy man. So is there anything else I can do for you, Harry?
That means he doesn't really know anything about you. A pity. The mystery of you will have to remain a mystery for the time being.
Yes, that's what I said. Try to keep up, okay? Let's move on.
– 今のやりとりで下から10いってもいいかな。
My dear Harry, there are literally millions of containers in this harbour. I couldn't possibly remember what's in all of them. Harry, you smooth-talking son of a bitch. Time is a precious resource, and I don't have enough of it to count containers with you.
Smooth talking. Maybe that's the way to go about opening the container. You should at least try convincing it.
I don't know what that means, Harry. Shady brew? There are so many moving parts in my operation, I can't keep track of them all. You know what? Don't even tell me. Whatever it is, do it. Surprise me. Just one thing. If you can, make it even shadier.
He sincerely has no idea what you were talking about. And he doesn't care either.
Yes, your lost gun. My best men are on it. They're turning every stone, searching every playground, asking kids, grandmas, everyone. Your gun will be found, Harry. Let me assure you of that. It's just a matter of time and effort.
The only way to find it seems to be working with him. He might even be holding your gun hostage. Who knows? Only one thing is certain. If you work with him, you're going to get it back. And working with him might be the only way to do it.
Damn it, Harry. That's exactly what it means. I'm only kidding, of course.
He is not.
Of course. I understand. We help you, you help us.
Oh, of course. That's your main thing here. That's why you're in Martinez. I know everything that goes on around here, and I would love to help, like I'm helping you with your lost gun. I mean, it's no secret that the lynching is connected to the strike. So much to talk about. Honestly, it's been weighing on me so heavily. I understand you need to interview me. But there's a thing that's been keeping me up at night. I want to talk about the hanging. I mean, if we could just calmly talk, exchange information, we could blow this thing wide open.
Yes, that sounds good. Let's do that.
But I can't think straight with this thing weighing on me. You're police officers, aren't you? I have a crazy idea. You guys are basically door-opening machines, incredibly talented at opening doors.
I'm not sure I understand. If you're asking us to break down someone's door, it's not going to happen.
Come now. I just need you to go open a little door for me and leave it unlocked. A simple thing. Absolutely nothing shady about it.
An excellent opportunity presents itself, sire. You could win the trust of the arch-liar, pretend to play into his hand. Then, should you wish, bend his efforts towards your own.
Harry, I'm a very busy man, and more importantly, I don't have that extraordinary physique you do. You look like you could run around all day.
You want to send someone a message that the police are working for you.
I repeat, I'm a very, very busy man, Mr. Kitsuragi, and therefore I must occasionally enlist outside help. So what will it be, Harry? Oh, no one's. It's just a weasel. A weasel lives there. Nothing for you to worry about. A loud blabbering weasel. When weasels feel no one is watching, they start acting foolishly. Just go there, unlock the door, and leave it open. It's been such a burden on me, Harry. I just want this to be over so I can discuss business with you. Harry, my dear friend, I am what people call a local bigwig. I know everything that goes on in Martinez. Fantastic, my friend. Just let me know when it's done and we can take our friendship to the next level. You can get the key from Manana. He's down by the gates. Manana's like a free agent in the Union. Special operations. Hardened socialist. A real free thinker too. He'll tell you precisely where the door is. One last thing, Harry. Just open the door. You don't need to go in or anything. I just want that weasel to come home and see the unlocked door. Wait. You need this to get in and out through the gate. Here, you're one of us now. A real red and white Union man. Take care, Harry.
こういうなんかスキル使わさせられるやつとの会話面白いな。自分のなんかあれスキル人格の話しかけてくる人格のキャラがいいキャラしてるわ。
松谷くん5。
いや。いやーでも面白いな。こういうなんか厄介そうなことになってくるとこのゲーム面白いなって。今まではつまんなかったわけじゃないけど。よくできてんなってなるわ。いやでもわかんないな、オチとか全然。いやいろいろと新鮮でいいね。とりあえず今日はこれで終了ってことで。いや、やりすぎた。ここまでやるつもりはなかった。じゃあ、お疲れ様でした。